This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still don't know what to make of what happened that night. I've been sitting on this experience for years now, turning it over in my head, trying to make sense of it. I was a sheriff's deputy in Sacramento for 8 years before I left the force, and I worked with the CSI team for 3 of those years. I've seen a lot of weird shit, but nothing that compares to what I saw on Silver City Highway back in late 2016. I was 33 at the time and burning out hard from law enforcement. The constant stress, the horrible things you see, the way it changes how you look at people, it was eating me alive. So I'd taken this side gig with Coca-Cola doing merchandising work to make some extra cash while I figured out my next move. It wasn't glamorous, but it was straightforward work that didn't involve dealing with the worst of humanity. This particular morning, it was a Tuesday in November, I think, I was scheduled to work with this guy Alfredo. We'd worked together a few times before, nothing special, just co-workers who got along fine. We had to drive from Deming to Silver City, New Mexico to stock some stores there. The drive is about an hour each way, and our shift started at 3 in the morning. Yeah, brutal hours, but that's the job. You stock the shelves before the stores open. Alfredo picked me up in the company car around 2:45. I remember being exhausted already. I'd worked a 10-hour shift as a deputy the day before, grabbed maybe 4 hours of sleep, and now I was heading out for this merchandising gig. I brought a thermos of coffee, black and strong enough to strip paint. Alfredo had his own energy drink. We were both pretty quiet, just trying to wake up. The drive from Deming to Silver City is basically just one long stretch of highway, Highway 180. It cuts through empty desert and scrubland. At that hour, it was pitch black outside. No street lights, hardly any traffic. Just our headlights cutting through the darkness and the occasional reflector post marking the edge of the road. We'd been driving maybe 20 minutes when Alfredo nudged me and pointed ahead. "You see that light up there?" he asked. I'd been zoning out, staring at the road but not really seeing it. I focused and saw what looked like a red tail light about 30 feet ahead of us. My first thought was that it was a motorcycle, though it seemed weird someone would be out riding at this hour on this empty stretch of highway. "Yeah, I see it," I said. "Motorcycle, maybe." Alfredo just shrugged and kept driving. We were going about 65 miles per hour, and this light was maintaining the same distance ahead of us, not getting closer, not getting farther away, just staying a perfect 30 feet or so in front. After a few minutes of this, I started getting a weird feeling. Something about the light wasn't right. It was too steady, too perfect in keeping its distance, and I couldn't make out any shape around it. Just this single red light floating in the darkness. Then it started to slow down. There was no reason for it to slow down. The road was straight, no turns coming up, no other vehicles around. But this light started decelerating, and Alfredo had to brake to avoid hitting whatever it was attached to. "What the hell is this guy doing?" Alfredo muttered, easing off the gas. We slowed from 65 to maybe 40 miles per hour, still following this mysterious red light. That's when we got close enough for me to realize something that sent a chill through my entire body. There was nothing around the light, no bike, no rider, no vehicle of any kind, just this floating red light, about 3 feet off the ground, moving along the highway. My cop instincts kicked in, and I started running through possible explanations. Some kind of drone, a prank, a reflection from our own vehicle somehow projecting forward. Before I could say anything to Alfredo, the light did something impossible. In a split second, and I mean literally the blink of an eye, the light made a 90-degree turn off the road. It shot into the field alongside the highway, moving in a way nothing mechanical should be able to move. There was no sound, no skidding, no indication of any physical object changing direction. It just turned. As it moved off the road, the red light turned white, bright white like a spotlight. It hovered over the field for maybe 2 seconds, then started moving away from us at incredible speed. As it got farther away, it changed color again, this time to a greenish hue. Then it shrank to a tiny speck and vanished completely. The whole thing happened in maybe 10 seconds, from the moment it turned off the road to when it disappeared. Alfredo and I sat in complete silence for what felt like forever. My heart was pounding in my chest and my hands were sweating. I could see Alfredo's knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel. Finally, he looked at me and said, "Did you see that shit?" His voice was shaky, which was jarring because Alfredo was this big, tough guy who usually seemed unflappable. Hearing the fear in his voice made my own anxiety spike. "Yeah," I managed to say. "I saw it." "What the fuck was that?" he asked. I shook my head. "I don't know, man. We tried to talk it through. Maybe it was some kind of experimental aircraft, but the movements were too erratic, too impossible. A helicopter? But there was no sound, and helicopters don't move like that. A drone? Maybe. But what drone can accelerate that quickly and change colors?" We drove the rest of the way to Silver City in a daze. We did our job, stocking shelves and setting up displays, but we were both distracted. We kept looking at each other, this shared experience hanging between us, neither of us able to make sense of it. The drive back was tense. It was daylight by then, around 9 in the morning, but we were both jumpy, scanning the sky and the fields alongside the highway. Nothing unusual happened on the return trip, but that didn't make me feel any better. Here's the thing that really gets me. After that night, I never worked with Alfredo again. The next week, I got moved to warehouse duty and our shifts never lined up. It wasn't deliberate on my part, it just happened that way. But it felt strange, like the universe was making sure we couldn't compare notes or reinforce each other's memory of what happened. I tried bringing it up with my girlfriend at the time when I got home that day. She just rolled her eyes and said I was sleep deprived, that my brain was playing tricks on me after working a graveyard shift. Maybe I dozed off for a few seconds and dreamed the whole thing. But I know what I saw, and I know Alfredo saw it too. The only person who took me seriously was my mom, strangely enough. When I finally worked up the courage to tell her about it a few weeks later, she got really quiet. Then she told me she used to see strange lights on that same stretch of highway when she was taking night classes in Silver City years ago. She never told anyone because she didn't want people thinking she was crazy. That conversation with my mom shook me more than the actual experience, in a way. It made it real. It wasn't just me and Alfredo seeing things because we were tired. Other people had seen something out there too. After that night, I refused to drive to Silver City during darkness. I'd make up excuses, swap shifts, anything to avoid being on that highway when the sun was down. Eventually, I quit the merchandising gig altogether. A few months later, I left the sheriff's department too. I told myself and everyone else it was because of the burnout, the stress of law enforcement, and that was part of it for sure. But what happened on that highway was the real tipping point. I couldn't be a cop anymore after that. How could I enforce laws and maintain order in a world where something like that could happen, where the rules of physics and reality as I understood them could just be broken? It messed with my head in ways I still can't fully articulate. It's been over 6 years now, and I still think about it almost every day. I've gone down rabbit holes online, reading about UFO sightings and strange phenomena in the New Mexico desert. I've found other accounts of weird lights on that stretch of highway, going back decades. Some sound similar to what we saw, others completely different. I don't know if they're all the same thing or if that area just attracts the unexplainable. I tried looking up Alfredo on social media a couple years ago, thinking maybe we could talk about it now that some time had passed. I couldn't find him. It's like he disappeared. Maybe he moved away, changed his name. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if he thinks about that night as much as I do. I'm in a better place now, mentally. I work in IT, fixing computers and managing networks. It's logical, predictable work. When something doesn't make sense, there's always an explanation if you look hard enough. A missing driver, a corrupted file, a loose connection. I find comfort in that. But sometimes, usually late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself staring at the ceiling and reliving those 10 seconds on Silver City Highway. The red light turning white, then green, then vanishing. the impossible movement, the silence, and I wonder what would have happened if Alfredo had turned the car and followed it into that field. I don't think I'll ever know what we saw that night. Maybe it was extraterrestrial. Maybe it was some top-secret military test. Maybe it was something else entirely, something beyond our understanding. But it was real. I saw it. Alfredo saw it. And it changed something fundamental in me. I still avoid driving rural highways at night. I still get a knot in my stomach when I see a single red taillight in the distance. And I still wonder what's out there, moving through the darkness when most of us are asleep. Story 2. I've been a long-haul trucker for almost 11 years now. You get used to the loneliness, the endless stretches of highway, the weird hours. What you don't get used to are the things you sometimes see when it's just you and the road at ungodly hours of the night. This happened about 6 months ago. I was hauling a shipment of electronics from Chicago to Dallas, running behind schedule because of some loading delays. By 2 in the morning, I was fighting to keep my eyes open, cruising down Highway 78 somewhere in southern Missouri. The road was practically deserted, just me, my 18-wheeler, and miles of darkness. I had the radio on to stay awake, flipping between stations until I found some late-night talk show. The host was interviewing some paranormal investigator about local hauntings. I'm not big into ghost stories, but it was better than falling asleep at the wheel. Then they started talking about a haunted rest stop on Highway 78. According to this expert, a woman had disappeared from that rest stop back in the 90s. Ever since, truckers and travelers reported seeing her wandering the parking lot in a white dress, trying to get rides. Some versions claimed she'd vanished from the passenger seat. Others said she'd lead drivers off the road. The usual ghost story bullshit. I actually chuckled to myself. Been driving this route for years and never seen anything weirder than a coyote with a McDonald's bag in its mouth. But my eyelids were getting heavy, and I spotted a sign for a rest area coming up in 2 miles. The same rest area they were talking about on the radio. What are the odds? I needed caffeine and a bathroom break. Ghost or no ghost. The place was completely empty when I pulled in. Not unusual at that hour. The lights in the parking lot were dim, a couple of them flickering, and the whole area had that liminal space feeling that rest stops always have at night. Just concrete, vending machines, and emptiness. I parked near the restroom building, grabbed my thermos, and headed inside. The fluorescent lights hummed and buzzed overhead, one of them blinking erratically. I did my business, splashed some cold water on my face, and filled my thermos with what looked like coffee, but tasted like warm dirt. The whole time I had this weird feeling like I wasn't alone. As I was drying my hands, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside the men's room, clear as day, the unmistakable sound of shoes on tile. I called out, "Hello," but got no answer. When I stepped out, the hallway was empty. I figured it was just another driver I'd somehow missed. I headed back to my truck, scanning the parking lot, still completely empty except for my rig. That's when I noticed her. She was standing at the edge of the parking lot where the asphalt meets the trees. A woman in a white dress that seemed to move slightly, even though there wasn't any wind. My first thought wasn't ghost. It was, what the hell is a woman doing alone at a rest stop at 2:30 in the morning? Even from a distance, I could tell something wasn't right about the situation. I hesitated, wondering if I should just get in my truck and go. But what if she needed help? What if she was stranded? I couldn't just leave someone out here in the middle of nowhere at this hour. "Hey," I called out. "You okay?" She didn't move at first. Then, so quietly I almost didn't hear it, she said, "Help me." Her voice had this strange quality to it, kind of hollow, like she was talking from the bottom of a well. I walked closer, still keeping some distance between us. As I approached, I could see her better in the dim light. She was maybe in her 30s, pale with dark hair. The white dress wasn't actually a dress, but a long nightgown or slip. She had no shoes on. "Are you all right? Do you need me to call someone?" I asked, pulling out my phone. No signal, typical for this stretch of highway. "I need to get home," she said, her voice a little stronger now. "Can you help me get home?" Every instinct told me this was a bad idea. Woman alone at night, strange behavior, no explanation of how she got there, but it was freezing. She had no shoes, and I couldn't just leave her. I can give you a ride to the next town, I said. There's a police station there. They can help you get wherever you need to go. She nodded and started walking toward my truck. I noticed she didn't leave any footprints in the dew-covered grass. Must have walked around it, I thought. When we got to the truck, she hesitated before climbing in. I opened the passenger door for her. "I'm Alex," I said, trying to make this weird situation somewhat normal. "Sarah," she replied, getting into the seat. Her movements were stiff, like someone who'd been out in the cold too long. I got in and started the engine, cranking up the heat. She was sitting perfectly still, hands folded in her lap, staring straight ahead. I pulled back onto Highway 78, the headlights cutting through the darkness. "So, Sarah, how'd you end up at that rest stop?" I asked, trying to make conversation. "They left me there," she said. "Who did?" She didn't answer, just kept staring forward. The cab felt unusually cold despite the heater blasting. I reached to turn it up higher and noticed the vents were already on maximum. The radio, which had been off since I stopped, suddenly turned itself on, static at first, then a clear voice came through. "Repeating our special bulletin. Police are advising travelers on Highway 78 to use caution, particularly around mile marker 122. There have been multiple reports of a woman in white seen at the rest area. This matches the description of the so-called Highway 78 Phantom associated with the unsolved disappearance of Sarah Lanning from that location in 1994. Drivers are advised not to stop or offer rides to pedestrians in this area." My blood went cold. I glanced over at my passenger. She was looking right at me now, her expression unreadable. "You heard that, right?" I said, my mouth dry. "It's not true," she whispered. "They're lying about what happened to me." I gripped the steering wheel tighter, trying to stay calm. "What did happen to you, Sarah?" Before she could answer, headlights appeared in my rearview mirror. A vehicle was approaching fast from behind, a black pickup truck that seemed to have materialized out of nowhere. It was gaining on us quickly. "They found us," Sarah said, her voice suddenly panicked. "They're coming to take me back." Who's coming?" I asked, pressing down harder on the accelerator. "Don't let them take me back to that place," she pleaded, gripping the dashboard. "Please." The pickup was right on our tail now, its high beams blinding in my mirrors. I couldn't make out the driver, just the massive dark shape of the truck. It swerved into the passing lane and started to pull alongside us. Sarah was becoming increasingly agitated. "Faster! You have to go faster!" I pushed my rig as hard as I dared on the dark highway, but a fully loaded 18-wheeler is no match for a pickup in a sprint. The black truck kept pace with us easily, staying right beside my driver's side door. I still couldn't see the driver. The windows were tinted too dark, but I could feel someone watching me from inside that truck. The pickup suddenly swerved toward us, nearly sideswiping my cab. Jesus! I yanked the wheel, barely keeping us on the road. "What the hell do they want?" "Me," Sarah said. Her voice had changed, becoming deeper, more resonant. "They want me, and now they want you too." I looked over at her and nearly drove off the road. Her face had changed. Her eyes were completely black now, and her skin seemed almost translucent in the dashboard lights. The white nightgown was dirty, stained with what looked disturbingly like dried blood. "You have to make a choice, Alex," she said, her voice now sounding like multiple voices speaking at once. "Or we'll both be trapped." The black pickup rammed us from the side, hard enough to make the truck shudder. I fought the wheel, trying to maintain control as we scraped along the guardrail, sparks flying. In that moment, I made a split-second decision I still can't fully explain. I jerked the wheel hard to the right, sending the truck off the road and down a gentle embankment. As soon as we started to slow, I threw open my door and jumped out. I don't know what possessed me to abandon my rig like that, some primal survival instinct, I guess. I hit the ground rolling and scrambled to my feet, running into the woods that lined the highway. Behind me, I heard doors slamming, footsteps, voices calling my name in a way that didn't sound human. I ran until my lungs burned, crashing through underbrush, branches scratching my face and arms. I didn't look back. I just kept running until I couldn't hear anything but my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. I ended up huddled under a fallen tree, too terrified to move, too exhausted to go any further. I stayed there as the night slowly gave way to dawn, the forest gradually becoming visible around me. When the sun was fully up, I finally found the courage to move. I oriented myself toward where I thought the highway would be and started walking. It took me nearly 2 hours to find my way back to the road. What I saw there made me question my sanity. My truck was parked neatly on the shoulder, hazard lights blinking. There was no damage, no sign it had gone off the road, no black pickup truck, no Sarah. I approached cautiously, half expecting something to jump out at me. The passenger door was closed, the seat empty. The keys were in the ignition. Everything was exactly as it should be, as if nothing had happened. I checked my phone, 7:30 in the morning. I looked at my logbook. The last entry showed I'd stopped at the rest area at 2:15. 5 hours gone with nothing but confused, terrifying memories to show for it. I've never told anyone about that night until now. I kept driving after it happened, delivered my load on time, and went on with my life. But I've changed my routes. I don't drive Highway 78 at night anymore. I don't stop at deserted rest areas if I can help it. I still can't explain what happened. Was Sarah real? Was any of it real? All I know is that when someone asks for help in the dead of night, there might be more to their story than you could ever imagine. And sometimes, the most dangerous thing isn't what's chasing you, it's what you've invited in. Story 3. I still can't sleep through the night, even though it's been 3 months since our trip to the northern woods. I've tried everything, sleeping pills, meditation, even therapy, but nothing works. Every time I close my eyes, I hear those whispers. I feel like I need to write this down, just to convince myself I'm not going crazy. It was supposed to be a celebration. Sam and I had finally graduated after 4 grueling years of college, and we wanted to do something memorable before starting our real lives. We'd been best friends since freshman year, the kind who finished each other's sentences and knew exactly how the other took their coffee. Sam suggested a road trip up to the Redwoods in Northern California. We'd camp, hike, drink too much beer around a campfire, and celebrate being young and free. Nothing extravagant, just 2 dudes living it up before adult responsibilities kicked in. We took Sam's old Jeep Cherokee, packed with camping gear and enough food to last us the week. The drive up the coast was everything we'd hoped for, windows down, music blasting, talking about our plans for the future. Sam had a job lined up at a tech company in San Francisco, and I was still weighing my options. Those were our biggest concerns then. How naive we were. We stopped at this tiny gas station about 30 miles from our destination. It was one of those old places that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. Analog pumps, faded advertisements for cigarettes no longer in production, that sort of thing. The guy working there must have been at least 80, with deeply lined skin and cloudy eyes that seemed to look through us rather than at us. While Sam pumped gas, I went inside to grab some snacks. The old man at the counter watched me silently as I browsed. When I brought my stuff up to pay, he asked where we were headed. Just camping up in the Redwoods for a few days, I told him. His expression changed immediately. You boys planning on going deep in those woods? I shrugged. Pretty deep, I guess. We want to get away from the tourist spots. He leaned in close and I could smell coffee and tobacco on his breath. There's places in those woods you shouldn't go. People disappear up there, you know, more than the rangers admit to. I laughed it off. Bears. He shook his head slowly. Worse than bears. There's an altar up there. Old thing. Older than the trees, they say. Folks who find it, well, most don't come back, and those that do ain't right after. I remember thinking it was just local color, some bullshit story they tell tourists to give them a little thrill. I thanked him, paid, and left. When I told Sam about it in the car, we both had a good laugh, just some crazy old-timer trying to scare the city boys. We reached the camping area by mid-afternoon. It was beautiful. Massive redwoods towering overhead, filtering the sunlight into these amazing golden beams. We found a spot far from the marked campgrounds, wanting privacy and that authentic wilderness experience. As we set up our tent, this fog started rolling in, not unusual for Northern California, but it came on so suddenly. 1 minute clear skies, the next this thick gray blanket that muffled everything. That first night, we did exactly what we planned, built a fire, drank beers, toasted to our futures. We even told ghost stories like we were 12 again. It felt good, you know? Just being in nature, away from deadlines and expectations. Around 9 or so, this guy wandered into our campsite, scared the shit out of us at first, just appeared out of the fog like a ghost. He introduced himself as Tom, said he was camping nearby and saw our fire. He was maybe 50, with this wild gray beard and the weathered look of someone who spends a lot of time outdoors. He seemed normal enough at first, shared some of our beer, asked about our trip. But then he started getting weird, talking about the forest having secrets and how it chooses who can leave. I figured he was just drunk or trying to mess with us like the gas station guy. But there was something in his eyes when he warned us to stay on the marked trails that made my skin crawl. After he left, Sam and I joked about it, but I could tell we were both a little unnerved. We turned in around midnight, exhausted from the drive. I woke up around 3 in the morning to this sound. It's hard to describe, like howling but not quite animal. More like, have you ever heard someone truly grieving, that raw primal sound of loss? It was like that, but distorted somehow. I shook Sam awake, and we both listened. It seemed to be coming from deep in the forest, far from any trails. Probably just coyotes, Sam said, but I could tell he didn't believe it. We eventually fell back asleep, but that sound stayed with me. The next morning was clear and sunny, the fog completely gone. We decided to hike to this waterfall we'd read about online. It was supposed to be about 4 miles from our camp, following a moderately marked trail. We packed some sandwiches, filled our water bottles, and headed out. The hike was gorgeous at first. The trees were massive, the air was fresh, and for a while I forgot about the weird warnings and the strange sounds from the night before. About 2 miles in, Sam spotted this narrow path branching off from the main trail. It wasn't on our map, but it looked well worn, like people used it regularly. "Let's check it out," Sam suggested. "Might be a shortcut or lead to something cool." I hesitated, remembering Tom's warning about staying on marked trails, but didn't want to seem paranoid. So we took the path. Looking back, that was the moment everything changed. The moment we stepped off that main trail, it was like we crossed some invisible boundary. The forest felt different immediately, quieter, more watchful. The temperature dropped several degrees, and that fog started creeping back in even though it was midday. We walked for what felt like hours. The path kept going, winding deeper into the woods. The trees seemed to get larger, older, their trunks covered in thick moss that hadn't seen sunlight in centuries. I checked my phone for the time and realized we had no signal. The GPS wasn't working either. "Maybe we should head back," I suggested. Sam nodded, looking uneasy for the first time. "Yeah, this doesn't feel right." We turned around, but after walking for another 30 minutes, we realized we weren't getting back to the main trail. Somehow, we kept ending up in unfamiliar sections of forest. The path seemed to shift behind us, leading us further in rather than out. That's when we found the clearing. The trees just suddenly opened up, revealing this perfectly circular space, maybe 50 feet across. In the center stood a cabin, not some modern vacation rental, but an old pioneer-style log structure that looked like it had been there for 100 years. The windows were dark, the wood weathered gray with age. "Should we check it out?" Sam asked. "Maybe someone's there who can give us directions." I didn't want to. Every instinct was screaming at me to turn around, to run. But we were lost. The fog was getting thicker, and night would be coming in a few hours. We needed help. The cabin door wasn't locked. It swung open with a long, low creak that made my stomach clench. Inside, it was dim and musty, with that unmistakable smell of abandonment, dust, mold, decay. But someone had been there recently. There were fresh ashes in the fireplace, and a kerosene lamp on the table still had oil in it. The walls were covered with photographs, dozens of them, yellowed with age but carefully preserved. They showed a family, a stern-looking father, 2 young boys, and a mother. Except in the largest portrait hanging above the fireplace, the mother's face had been scratched out violently, leaving just a ragged hole in the photograph. Sam was examining a bookshelf filled with old, leather-bound volumes when we heard it. A heavy thump from above us, like something large had fallen. We both froze. "Is someone up there?" Sam called out, his voice cracking slightly. No answer, but then, whispers. So faint at first I thought I was imagining it, but Sam heard it too. I could tell by the way his face drained of color. The whispers seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. The walls, the ceiling, even from under the floorboards. They overlapped, dozens of voices speaking too quietly to make out individual words, but creating this horrifying chorus of urgent murmuring. Then they started getting louder, clearer, and I realized they were saying names, my name, Sam's name. How did they know our names? That's when we ran, burst out of that cabin like our lives depended on it, which I'm now convinced they did. The fog outside had grown so thick I could barely see Sam 10 feet ahead of me. We crashed through the underbrush, no longer caring about finding the path, just desperate to get away from those whispers. But the forest wouldn't let us go. Every direction we ran, we somehow ended up back at that clearing, with the cabin sitting there like it was waiting for us. On our 3rd attempt to escape, we noticed something we'd missed before. An old car, maybe from the 70s, parked at the edge of the clearing. It hadn't been there earlier, I'm sure of it. More disturbingly, the engine was running. We could see exhaust rising into the fog. The whispers were all around us now, no longer confined to the cabin. They seemed to be coming from the trees themselves, growing more insistent. Most were still unintelligible, but one phrase kept repeating clear as day. "Turn back, turn back, turn back." Sam grabbed my arm. "The car, let's take it." It was theft, sure, but at that point I didn't care. We sprinted to the vehicle, an old Ford that should have been in a museum. The keys were in the ignition. Sam jumped in the driver's seat. I got in the passenger side and we peeled out of there, the tires spinning in the soft earth before finding purchase. The path that had eluded us before suddenly appeared in front of the car, wide enough to drive on. As we sped away, I looked back through the rear window. The cabin was fading in the fog, but I swear I saw figures standing in the clearing, tall, thin shapes that weren't quite human, and the howling started again, that same mournful, horrifying sound from the night before, only much closer now. It followed us as we drove, gradually fading as we put distance between ourselves and that place. We drove for what felt like hours, the path eventually widening into a dirt road, then merging with a paved highway. As dawn broke, we found ourselves at a roadside diner 50 miles from where we'd set up camp. Neither of us spoke much during the drive. What was there to say? We abandoned the car in the diner parking lot and called an Uber to take us to the nearest car rental place. We drove home that day, leaving all our camping gear behind. I couldn't face going back for it. The weeks after were strange. I tried to process what had happened, to make sense of it. I called Sam every day at first, just to reassure myself he was okay, that we'd both made it out. But after a while, he stopped answering. His social media went quiet. I went by his apartment, but his roommate said he'd packed a bag and left without explanation. I tried contacting his parents, his other friends, but no one had heard from him. It was like he'd vanished, just like the old gas station attendant had warned. Last week I drove back up north. I don't know why. Maybe to convince myself it was all some shared hallucination. Maybe to look for Sam. I stopped at that same diner where we'd emerged from the forest. The waitress who served me coffee was in her 50s with kind eyes and a tired smile. "You're one of the boys who came out of the woods in May," she said. It wasn't a question. When I asked her how she knew, she just shook her head. We get a few of you each year. The forest can be cruel that way. A few of what? I asked. Survivors, she said simply. Sometimes it takes more than it gives. I left without ordering food. I couldn't stay there another minute. I haven't gone to the police about Sam. What would I say? That we found a magical evil cabin in the woods, that whispers knew our names, that we stole a car that shouldn't have been running. They'd think I was crazy, or worse, that I'd done something to him. So I'm just waiting, hoping he'll contact me, hoping he found his way out of whatever held us in those woods, and trying not to think about the whispers I sometimes still hear when I'm alone in my apartment, the ones that tell me the forest is waiting for me to return, that the altar needs what it's owed, that Sam is waiting for me there. Story 4. I've been sitting on this experience for months now, not sure if I should share it. My therapist thinks it might help to write it all down, and maybe sharing it with people who understand this kind of thing will give me some closure. I'm still looking over my shoulder everywhere I go, so I guess I'm not as over it as I'd like to be. It all started last semester. I'm in my final year of my psychology degree at Millbrook University. It's this small school in rural Pennsylvania that most people have never heard of. Small campus, small town. Everybody knows everybody. That's what made it so much worse when it happened. I first noticed something was off about 3 months ago when I was studying in the library. It was midterms week, and I had this massive paper due for my cognitive psych class. I remember because I'd been there for hours, surrounded by textbooks and empty coffee cups. You know that feeling when someone's watching you, like the hairs on the back of your neck stand up? That's what I felt. I looked up and scanned the room. Nothing seemed out of place at first, just other stressed-out students hunched over books. But then I noticed this guy sitting at a table across the room. He wasn't reading or writing. He was just staring at me. When our eyes met, he didn't look away like a normal person would. He held my gaze for what felt like forever before finally glancing down at his book. I tried to shake it off. Maybe he was just zoning out, right? We've all done that during study sessions. But then I saw him again the next day in the campus coffee shop, and again outside my abnormal psychology class, and again in the student union, always watching, never approaching. My roommate Jenna noticed it too. That guy was definitely following you from the parking lot, she said one day after we got back to our dorm. He was like 20 feet behind us the whole time. That night, I got my first message. An Instagram DM from an account with no profile picture and a random string of numbers and letters as a username. Blue sweater looks nice on you today. You should wear it more often. I was wearing a blue sweater that day. I blocked the account immediately, hands shaking so bad I could barely hold my phone. Within an hour, another message from a different account. Don't block me, Rachel. That's not very friendly. The campus police were useless when I reported it. Social media harassment is hard to trace, they said, and unfortunately, being in the same public spaces isn't technically stalking. They told me to keep a log of incidents and to try not to be alone on campus. Like that was supposed to help me feel better. But the day everything escalated, the day I'm still having nightmares about, was exactly 2 weeks ago, Tuesday. I remember everything about it with this weird crystal clarity. I woke up late for my 9 a.m. class because I'd barely slept the night before. I'd been having these awful dreams where someone was standing over my bed, just watching me sleep. I rushed through my morning routine, threw on the first clean clothes I could find, and hurried across campus. I was distracted during class, kept checking over my shoulder, jumping whenever someone walked past the classroom door. My professor even asked if I was okay after class. I lied and said I was just tired from studying. Around noon, I went back to my dorm to grab lunch and change books. Our dorm building requires key card access, which had been my one comfort through all this. At least he couldn't get to me there. But when I stepped off the elevator on the 4th floor, he was there, just standing in the hallway, leaning against the wall near my room. My stomach dropped. I froze. How did he get in? How did he know which floor I lived on? He was average height, brown hair, probably in his late 20s or early 30s. Nothing remarkable about him, which somehow made it worse. He could blend into any crowd. He smiled when he saw me, like we were old friends. "Rachel," he said, and hearing my name in his mouth made me want to throw up. "I've been waiting to talk to you." I couldn't move, couldn't speak. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. "We have so much in common," he continued, taking a step toward me. "I've been following your research interests. Your paper on trauma responses was fascinating. I think we could collaborate on something really special." That snapped me out of it. I'd never published any papers. My research was just classwork. The only way he could know about my papers was if he'd somehow accessed my student account or my laptop. I bolted, ran back to the elevator, but it had already gone down. The stairs were at the opposite end of the hall. Past him, I was trapped. Then, like some miracle, my neighbor's door opened. She stepped out, saw my face, and immediately knew something was wrong. The guy disappeared around the corner faster than I could point him out. Security came, but of course, he was long gone. They checked the cameras and said a delivery guy had let him in when he was dropping off a package. They increased patrols of my building, but what good is that when he was already finding ways in? Jenna stayed with me all day after that. We reported everything to the actual police this time, not just campus security. They took a statement but didn't seem optimistic about catching him without more evidence. "Keep documenting everything," they said. The same useless advice. That night I got an email with no subject line. Inside was a photo of me sleeping in my bed, taken through my window. Our dorm is on the 4th floor. He would have needed a ladder or to somehow be in the building across from us, at the exact right angle. The message said, "You look so peaceful when you're not running from me." I completely broke down. Jenna called her parents, who drove 2 hours to get us. We stayed at their house that night, and I barely slept, even though I knew he couldn't find me there. The next morning, I had 6 missed calls from an unknown number and a text that just said, "Coming back to campus today? I'll be waiting." I almost dropped out. Seriously considered just packing up, moving home, finishing my degree online. But then I got angry. This was my life. My education that I'd worked so hard for. Who was he to take that from me? I went back to campus with Jenna's dad, who happens to be a retired cop. He helped me file for a restraining order, even though we didn't know the guy's name. We installed new locks on our dorm room door and window alarms. I started carrying pepper spray and taking self-defense classes 3 times a week. The worst part was going to the campus coffee shop that afternoon. I needed caffeine desperately after the night I'd had, and I was determined to reclaim some normalcy. Jenna came with me. We were standing in line when I saw him sitting in the corner, watching me over the top of a book he wasn't reading. My whole body went cold, then hot, then cold again. I couldn't breathe. Jenna saw him too and grabbed my arm, already pulling me toward the door, but I was frozen. Our eyes locked, and he smiled again, that same friendly smile that made my skin crawl. Then he stood up, started walking toward us, slowly, deliberately, like he had all the time in the world. I don't remember deciding to move, but suddenly I was running, out the door, across the quad, not caring who saw or what they thought. I could hear footsteps behind me getting closer. My lungs burned, my legs felt like they might give out, but I kept going. I reached the psychology building where I knew Professor Martinez would be in her office. I practically fell through her door, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. She locked her office door immediately and called campus police. They found him lurking outside the building. Finally, they took it seriously. Turns out his name is Daniel Mercer. He's not even a student here. He worked at the campus bookstore, which is how he first saw me. He'd been tracking my schedule for months, following me between classes, learning my routines. They found a notebook in his car filled with details about me, what I wore each day, who I talked to, my class schedule, even what I ordered at restaurants. There were pictures of me everywhere, studying, walking to class, getting coffee, some taken from far away with a zoom lens, others from frighteningly close up. The police found evidence he'd been inside my dorm room multiple times while I was in class. He had a copy of my key. He'd somehow duplicated it when I dropped my keychain in the bookstore months ago. The restraining order is in place now. He's been charged with stalking, breaking and entering, and a bunch of other things I can't remember. He's out on bail but has to wear an ankle monitor and stay at least 500 feet from campus. I still see him sometimes, though, not physically. I know he's not actually there, but I'll be walking to class and catch a glimpse of someone who looks like him. Or I'll feel eyes on me in the library, and my heart will start racing before I realize it's just another student. My therapist says that's normal, that it will take time for my brain to understand I'm safe now. I'm trying to believe her. I still have nightmares about him standing over my bed, watching me sleep. Still check under my bed and in my closet every night like a scared kid. Still flinch when someone looks at me for too long. But I'm finishing my degree. I'm still here, and maybe someday I'll stop looking over my shoulder everywhere I go. Maybe someday I'll be able to sleep with the curtains open again. For now, I'm just taking it one day at a time, and I'm never ever dropping my keys again. Story 5. I'm not really the camping type, but when my husband Richard insisted the whole family needed to unplug and reconnect with nature, I went along with it. That was back in September 2015, and I still wish I'd put my foot down and said no. Our kids, Ethan, 16, and Melissa, 14, were actually excited about the trip to Twin Lakes in Colorado. They'd both been stressed with school, and Richard thought the San Isabel National Forest would be the perfect escape. Perfect nightmare is more like it. We arrived on a Friday afternoon. The weather was nice, not too cold yet for Colorado in September. We set up our campsite about 50 yards from the shoreline, tucked into this small clearing surrounded by pines. Richard was proud of finding this somewhat secluded spot away from the more populated camping areas. That first evening was actually pleasant. We grilled hot dogs, made s'mores, and watched the sunset over the lake. The kids were laughing. Richard was relaxed for the first time in months, and even I had to admit it was beautiful. But then the sun disappeared completely, and something changed. It was subtle at first. I remember looking up from the fire and realizing I couldn't hear anything. No crickets, no owls, no rustling leaves, nothing. The silence was so sudden and complete that it felt physical, like pressure against my ears. Is it just me, or did everything get really quiet? I asked. Richard looked around, his forehead creasing. Yeah, that's weird. The kids noticed it too. Melissa scooted closer to the fire, and Ethan kept glancing back over his shoulder at the tree line. We tried to ignore it, chalking it up to some natural phenomenon we didn't understand. Maybe animals just went quiet sometimes. Richard suggested turning in early since we wanted to hike the next day. Our tent setup was simple. Richard and I in the larger tent, the kids in their own smaller one about 10 feet away. I remember checking the time as I crawled into my sleeping bag, just after 10. Despite the unsettling silence, I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the drive and setup. The humming woke me. I still don't know how to properly describe it. It wasn't mechanical exactly, more like a vibration that you could hear and feel simultaneously. Deep, resonant, almost at the threshold of hearing, but so powerful it made my chest cavity feel like it was vibrating in sympathy. I checked my watch, 2:17 a.m. The sound lasted exactly 3 minutes. I know because I counted every excruciating second of it. Richard was awake too, sitting up in his sleeping bag. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. "I don't know," I said, my voice shaking. "Should we check on the kids?" Before he could answer, the sound stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. We unzipped our tent and found Ethan and Melissa already outside their tent, looking pale and confused. "Did you guys hear that?" Ethan asked, his voice cracking. Melissa was hugging herself. It made my teeth hurt. We stayed up for another hour, listening, but the forest remained dead silent. No wind, no animals, Nothing. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and we returned to our tents with promises to pack up and leave if anything else weird happened. The next morning, I woke to find Ethan already up and exploring the area around our campsite. I was making coffee when he came running back, out of breath and wide-eyed. "Mom, Dad, you need to see this," he said, pointing toward the stream that fed into the lake. We followed him about 30 yards to the stream bank. What I saw still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. 3 piles of stones, arranged in perfect equilateral triangles. And when I say perfect, I mean mathematically perfect. Each stone placed with precision that seemed impossible without tools. They were spaced exactly 10 yards apart, forming a straight line that pointed directly at our campsite. "Did you touch these?" Richard asked Ethan. "No way," he said, backing away. "They were just here." Richard knelt to examine them. "These weren't made by animals. Someone put these here." "But why?" I asked. "And how did they make them so precise?" Richard stood up, brushing dirt from his knees, probably just other campers messing around. But there was uncertainty in his voice. We decided to spend the day hiking as planned, trying to shake off the creepiness. We avoided the direction of the stone triangles, instead heading along the lakeshore. For a few hours, things felt normal again. The birds had returned, and we spotted a few squirrels. The kids relaxed, skipping stones across the water. It was around 4 in the afternoon when Melissa stopped suddenly, pointing across the lake. "There's someone watching us," she said quietly. We all turned to look. About 200 yards away, partially obscured by trees, stood what appeared to be a figure. It was tall, unnaturally tall, and thin, standing completely motionless. From that distance, I couldn't make out any details, just a dark silhouette. "Hello?" Richard called out, his voice echoing across the water. The figure didn't move. "I'm going to check it out," Richard said, and despite my protests, he took our small rowboat and headed across the lake. We watched him row away, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The figure remained motionless until Richard was about halfway across. Then it simply wasn't there anymore. Not like it walked away, but like it dissolved into the trees. Richard returned 30 minutes later, his face grim. "There's nobody over there," he said. "No footprints, nothing. But..." He hesitated, glancing at the kids. "But what?" I pressed. "I found another triangle of stones," he admitted. This one had a deer skull in the center. The eye sockets were packed with clay and some kind of crushed herbs. We immediately agreed to leave the next morning. One more night, then we'd pack up at first light. That evening we stayed close together, keeping the fire burning high. No one mentioned what we'd seen, but we were all on edge, jumping at every sound from the forest. The normal night noises had returned, crickets, an occasional owl, which somehow made it worse, like whatever had silenced them the night before was now hiding among their familiar chorus. We went to bed early, but agreed to take watches. Richard would stay up until midnight, then wake Ethan, who would wake me at 3, and I'd wake Melissa for the final stretch until dawn. I gave the kids my bear spray, more for my peace of mind than any practical purpose. Richard woke me at exactly 11:35 p.m. His face was ashen. "The humming started again at 11:30, he whispered. "Lasted exactly 3 minutes, like before. But it was louder this time. I could feel it in my bones, Diane, and all our flashlights and phones flickered in sync with it." I climbed out of the tent, the cool night air raising goosebumps on my arms. The kids were already outside, huddled together. Melissa was looking up at the sky, her expression horrified. "The stars," she whispered. "Look at the stars right above us." I looked up and felt my stomach drop. Directly above our campsite was a perfect circular absence in the night sky. Not clouds, not darkness, but an absence, like a hole cut into the fabric of the night. Through it, there were no stars, no moon reflection, nothing, just nothing. Then we heard it. Movement in the darkness, something circling our campsite, just beyond the reach of our firelight. Rustling leaves, snapping twigs, but never visible. We stood back to back, flashlights pointed outward, hearts racing. "There's nothing there," Ethan kept saying, his voice rising with panic. "I can hear it, but there's nothing there." This continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The circular void above us slowly closed like an iris, stars reappearing one by one. We stayed awake the rest of the night, too terrified to sleep. As the first light of dawn broke through the trees, we started packing immediately. That's when Ethan noticed something that made my blood run cold. Surrounding our entire campsite, placed with impossible stealth during the night, was a complete circle of triangular stone arrangements. Dozens of them, each identical to the ones we'd found by the stream. And in the center of our camp, pressed into the soil where none of us had walked, was a crude drawing. Geometric patterns surrounding 4 figures, clearly meant to be us, in the exact positions we had maintained during our night watch. We abandoned half our gear in our rush to leave. When we reached the ranger station, we reported everything to a ranger named Michael Torres. He seemed skeptical but agreed to accompany us back to the site. When we arrived, the stone triangles were gone. Every single one vanished without a trace. The drawing remained, but looked weathered, as if it had been there for weeks rather than hours. I could tell Ranger Torres thought we were either pranking him or hallucinating until he saw the drawing. He took soil samples and photographs, promising to investigate. We later learned that 2 other camping groups reported nearly identical experiences that same weekend. One group described the same humming, the same silence, the same stone arrangements. The other reported seeing tall, thin figures that disappeared when approached. A month later, Ranger Torres called us. Wildlife cameras installed around Twin Lakes had simultaneously malfunctioned between 11:30 and 11:35 p.m. on October 21st. Each camera contained the same final image before failure, a triangular arrangement of stones illuminated by infrared flash, with what appeared to be a tall, thin shadow just at the edge of the frame. The soil analysis revealed electromagnetic abnormalities and trace elements not typically found in the region, but nothing conclusive, nothing that explains what happened to us. I still have nightmares about that circular void in the stars, about the sound that vibrated through my body, about whoever or whatever created those perfect stone triangles while circling our camp, close enough to study us, to draw us, without ever being seen. We haven't been camping since. I don't think we ever will again. Story 6. I never really believed in the paranormal until it happened to me. Even now, typing this out makes my hands shake a little. I guess I need to share this with people who might understand, because nobody I know in real life takes me seriously when I try to explain what happened. About 3 months ago, my house started feeling off. Little things at first. Items not being where I left them, cold spots in rooms that were normally warm, the feeling of being watched when I was alone. It escalated to footsteps in the hallway at night and shadows moving in my peripheral vision. After weeks of barely sleeping, I finally broke down and hired someone to cleanse the house. This woman came highly recommended from a friend of a friend. She burned sage, sprinkled salt in the corners, and did some ritual with bells and chanting. I felt ridiculous watching her, but I was desperate. Surprisingly, it seemed to work. For almost 2 weeks, the house felt normal again. I could sleep through the night without waking up to strange noises. I actually started to feel silly for having been so scared. Then last Tuesday happened, and now I don't know what to believe anymore. I had a normal day, went to work, grabbed dinner with a coworker, came home around 10, and watched some mindless TV to unwind. By 1:30 in the morning, I was exhausted and headed to my bedroom to get ready for bed. The second I stepped into my room, something felt wrong. The air felt thick, almost heavy on my skin. It was like walking into a room where people had just been arguing, that residual tension that hangs in the air. I tried to shake it off as I went through my nighttime routine. I washed my face, brushed my teeth, changed into my pajamas, but the whole time I couldn't escape the feeling that I wasn't alone. You know that prickly sensation on the back of your neck when someone's staring at you? It was like that, but amplified. My skin was crawling. I checked under my bed, silly, I know, and looked behind my door. Nothing. I even checked my closet, sliding the door open and poking my head in. Just my clothes hanging there, nothing unusual. I told myself I was being paranoid because of what had happened before. Finally, I got into bed around 1:45. I was exhausted but wired at the same time. I lay there staring at the ceiling, trying to calm my racing heart. My bedroom was mostly dark except for the soft glow of my phone charger and the dim light filtering through my curtains from the street lamp outside. That's when I heard it. A soft clicking sound coming from beside my bed. Click, 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 like fingernails tapping on wood, but more mechanical. I froze, straining to locate the source. It seemed to be coming from the direction of my closet. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, just listening. The clicking stopped after maybe 20 seconds. I started to relax a little, telling myself it was just the house settling or something equally mundane. Then I heard the squeak. My closet door has this distinctive sound when it opens, a high-pitched squeal from the metal track it slides on. I've been meaning to oil it forever but never got around to it. There's no mistaking that sound, and it was happening right then, in the darkness of my room. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I just lay there, eyes wide open, as I watched the closet door sliding open inch by inch. The gap widened slowly, revealing nothing but darkness inside. The logical part of my brain tried to come up with explanations. Maybe the door wasn't properly closed and was sliding open on its own due to an uneven floor or something. But I knew I had closed it properly. I always do. I couldn't look anymore. I rolled over, facing away from the closet, and pulled my blanket up to my chin. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to convince myself it was nothing. Just an old house with old doors that sometimes open on their own. The wind, maybe. Anything but what I feared it might be. I lay there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, trying to calm down. My breathing gradually slowed. The fear was still there, but I was managing it. I started to think maybe I could just wait it out until morning. That's when I felt it. The mattress depressed slightly behind me, as if something, had sat down on the edge of my bed. I could feel the shift in weight, the way the blankets pulled slightly. I told myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but then I felt the breathing on the back of my neck, warm, moist air, coming in slow, rhythmic pulses against my skin, so close I could feel the hairs on my neck moving with each exhale. It wasn't my breathing. I was barely breathing at all by this point. Something else was in my bed, right behind me, breathing on me. I lost it. I launched myself out of bed with a scream stuck in my throat, fumbling desperately for the light switch. My fingers found it, and I flipped it on, flooding the room with light. I spun around, expecting to see, I don't know what, but there was nothing there. My bed was empty, the sheets rumpled only where I had been lying. My eyes darted to the closet. The door was open about 1.5 feet, wide enough for someone to slip through. I stood there, trembling, staring at the dark gap. Part of me wanted to run from the room, from the house, and never come back. But another part of me, a part I didn't recognize, felt drawn to the closet. I took a hesitant step toward it, then another. My hands were shaking as I reached for the door and pulled it all the way open. Nothing jumped out at me. It was just my closet, clothes hanging, shoes on the floor, some storage boxes on the shelf above. But something felt wrong about it. The air inside seemed different, somehow heavier than the air in my room. I don't know what possessed me, but I stepped inside. The moment I did, an overwhelming feeling washed over me. Loneliness, bone-deep, soul-crushing loneliness. It hit me like a physical force, making my knees weak. I felt tears spring to my eyes instantly. It wasn't my emotion. It didn't come from inside me. It was like walking into someone else's despair, so profound and so ancient that it took my breath away. I've never felt anything like it. It was as if every sad moment in my life was happening simultaneously, amplified 1,000 times. I knew instinctively that if I stayed in that closet another second, I would collapse in tears and might never stop crying. I backed out quickly, gasping for air like I'd been underwater. The strangest thing happened then. As soon as I stepped out of the closet, the fear vanished. Not gradually, but all at once, like someone had flipped a switch. I stood there, breathing hard, trying to process what had just happened. But I wasn't afraid anymore. I felt calm, almost peaceful. I went back to my bed and sat down, facing the closet. I should have been terrified. I should have been running out of the house, calling friends, doing anything but sitting there calmly staring at the dark opening of my closet. But something had changed inside me. I felt like I understood something now, though I couldn't have explained what it was if someone had asked me. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have. I woke up the next morning with sunlight streaming through my window. The closet door was closed again. I checked my phone. It was just past 9. I had only gotten about 4 hours of sleep, but I felt amazingly refreshed, energetic, like I could run a marathon or climb a mountain. It wasn't just physical energy either. I felt mentally clear, emotionally balanced, better than I had in years actually, like something inside me had been reset or healed. It makes no sense. I should have been a wreck after what happened, but instead, I felt reborn. I've tried to rationalize what happened that night. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, though I've never experienced it before. Maybe it was some kind of waking dream or hallucination brought on by stress. But none of those explanations feel right. They don't account for the physical sensations, the weight on my mattress, the breath on my neck, the overwhelming emotion in the closet. And they definitely don't explain how good I felt afterward. It's been 5 days now, and I haven't experienced anything else unusual. My closet is just a closet again, but I still feel different, changed. Sometimes I find myself staring at that closet door, wondering what was in there with me that night. Was it the same entity that had been haunting my house before? If so, why did it feel so lonely? And why do I feel like it gave me something, took something negative away from me instead of harming me? I don't have answers. I'm not even sure what questions I should be asking. All I know is that something happened to me that night that I can't explain, and I've been different ever since. Not in a bad way, quite the opposite, but different. I still sleep with my closet door firmly shut. Some precautions just seem sensible, even if I'm not afraid anymore. But sometimes in the quiet moments before I drift off to sleep, I find myself wondering if it's still in there, waiting. And strangely, I'm not sure I would mind if it was Yusuf's Story 7. I still can't sleep properly after what happened last month. I've been driving Highway 50 for almost 7 years now. It's the route I take between my mum's place and mine, about a 3-hour drive that I make every couple of weeks. I know every curve, every gas station, every mile of that road, or at least I thought I did. It was around 10:30 on a Tuesday night in September when everything happened. I'd stayed at Mom's longer than planned, helping her move some furniture, and ended up leaving way later than I wanted to. The highway was practically deserted. I think I'd seen maybe 3 other cars in the last hour. It was one of those nights where the darkness feels heavy, like it's pressing down on your car. There was no moon, and the only light came from my headlights cutting through the blackness ahead. I was getting pretty tired, that dangerous kind of tired where your eyes start to feel heavy and you catch yourself drifting. I rolled down the window to let the cold air hit my face, turned up the radio, but I knew I needed to stop soon or I'd be a danger to myself and anyone else on the road. That's when I saw it, just around a bend that I swear to God has never had anything but trees before. A small, shabby-looking diner with a neon sign that flickered in and out. Open 24 hours, it said, with half the letters dimmer than the others. The building looked old, like something from the 70s that had been forgotten by time. The parking lot had just 3 cars scattered across it. I remember thinking it was weird I'd never noticed this place before, but I was so grateful for somewhere to get coffee that I didn't question it too much. I pulled in, parking near the entrance, and sat there for a moment. Something felt off. The place didn't look closed, but it had this abandoned feel to it, like I was looking at something that wasn't supposed to be there. But I needed that caffeine, so I got out of my car. The air was unnaturally still, no breeze, no sounds of insects or distant traffic, just silence. The gravel crunched under my feet as I walked to the entrance, and it sounded too loud in the quiet. A bell jingled when I pushed open the door, but it sounded wrong, like it was underwater or something. The inside was dimly lit with flickering fluorescent lights that gave everything a sickly yellow tint. There were maybe 15 booths total, all empty except for one in the far corner where I could make out what looked like a pile of clothes. No people though, just empty tables with settings laid out like they were waiting for customers. The smell hit me next, not the greasy, comforting smell of a diner, but something stale and musty, like old fabric that's been left in a basement for years. I almost turned around right then, but a woman appeared from a back room. She was tall and thin, with this pale face and dark circles under her eyes. Her uniform looked faded, like it had been washed too many times. "Coffee?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. She didn't smile, didn't really look at me directly either. "Yeah, please," I said, sliding into a booth near the door. I noticed the vinyl was cracked, with yellowed foam poking through. "Just passing through. Need to wake up a bit before I get back on the road." She nodded and disappeared behind the counter. The silence in that place was crushing. No music, no kitchen sounds, nothing. Just the occasional flicker and buzz from the lights overhead. I checked my phone. No signal. Not even one bar. That was weird for that stretch of highway, but not unheard of. The waitress came back with my coffee in a mug that had a hairline crack running down one side. She set it down without a word and just stood there for a moment, staring past me. "Quiet night," I said, trying to break the awkward silence. "It gets quieter the longer you stay," she said, her voice flat. Then she added, "Sugar's on the table," and walked away. I poured some sugar into my coffee, noticing that it clumped strangely, like it had absorbed moisture. The coffee tasted bitter and old, like it had been sitting on a hot plate for hours, but I drank it anyway, needing the caffeine. As I sat there, I started noticing things, like how the clock on the wall was stuck at 3:17, how none of the other tables looked like they'd been used recently, despite being set up, how the jukebox in the corner was unplugged, with a layer of dust on top. I also realized I couldn't hear any sounds from outside. No cars passing on the highway, which was only about 50 yards away. It was like the diner existed in some pocket of complete silence. The waitress was standing behind the counter, just staring at a spot on the wall. Not moving, not doing anything. Just standing there. I was about to call her over to pay when the door burst open. A man stumbled in, maybe in his 40s, with wild eyes and 3 days' worth of stubble. His clothes were dirty and wrinkled like he'd been wearing them for days. He looked around frantically until his eyes landed on me. "You need to leave," he said, his voice hoarse. "Right now, while you still can." I froze, coffee mug halfway to my mouth. The waitress turned toward him, and for a split second I swear her face changed. It was like something shifted underneath her skin. "Martin," she said, her voice suddenly much clearer and harder. "We talked about this." The man, Martin, ignored her and rushed to my table. Up close I could see how bloodshot his eyes were, how his hands trembled. "Please," he said, leaning in close. "I've been here for—" He stopped, frowning. "I don't even know anymore, but you can still go. The highway, it loops. It always brings you back, unless you leave right now." I looked over at the waitress, expecting her to call the police or something, but she was walking toward us with slow, deliberate steps. Her face had changed completely now. There was anger there, but also something like hunger. "He's confused," she said to me, but her eyes were fixed on Martin. "Aren't you, Martin?" Just like all the others who couldn't accept it. Martin backed away from her. "Tell her about the others," he said to me. "Ask her where the other customers are." That's when I noticed the pile of clothes in the far booth wasn't clothes at all. It was a person slumped over the table. They weren't moving. "What the hell is going on here?" I asked, standing up. My heart was racing now, adrenaline cutting through the fatigue. The waitress stopped, her face smoothing out into that blank expression again. "Nothing is going on. Martin is disturbed. He comes in here telling stories, scaring customers." "How many customers do you get out here?" I asked, looking around at the empty diner. "I've driven this highway for years and never seen this place before." Something flickered across her face. Surprise, maybe. "We've always been here," she said. "Always." Martin made a sound like a choked laugh. "Tell that to Johnson over there," he said, pointing to the slumped figure. "He's been here since I arrived, hasn't moved, doesn't eat, doesn't drink, just sits there." The waitress moved suddenly, faster than seemed possible, and grabbed Martin's arm. He cried out in pain. "I think you should leave," she said to me, her voice still eerily calm despite the violence of her grip on Martin. "The highway is waiting." Martin wrenched his arm free and ran to the door. "Come on," he shouted to me. "Now or never." I stood frozen for a second, my mind racing. The waitress turned to look at me, and I swear her eyes had changed color. They were darker now, almost black. "What is this place?" I asked, backing toward the door. She smiled then, the first real expression I'd seen on her face. It wasn't reassuring. "A rest stop," she said simply. "For those who need it. Some just need it, permanently." Martin was holding the door open, gesturing frantically for me to follow. Outside I could see movement, shapes approaching the diner from the darkness. They moved wrong somehow, like they were gliding rather than walking. "They're coming," the waitress said, that smile still fixed on her face. "The others, they're hungry tonight." I didn't wait to hear more. I bolted for the door, pushing past Martin and running for my car. Behind me, I heard him shout something, but his words were cut off by the sound of the diner door slamming shut. As I fumbled with my keys, I looked up and saw them, 5 or 6 figures at the edge of the parking lot moving toward the diner. They were human-shaped but wrong, too thin, with faces that looked hollow in the dim light. They moved in perfect unison, like they were being pulled by the same string. I got my car started and peeled out of the parking lot, gravel flying. In my rearview mirror, I could see the figures had stopped and turned to watch me leave. They stood perfectly still, like statues. The last thing I saw before I rounded the bend was those figures standing in a perfect line outside the diner, with the waitress now standing in the doorway behind them. I drove like hell for the next hour, not daring to stop, constantly checking my mirror to see if I was being followed. The highway seemed to stretch on forever, each mile identical to the last. For a terrifying few minutes, I thought Martin was right, that I was stuck in some kind of loop. But eventually, I recognized landmarks, and finally, I made it home. It's been 4 weeks, and I still can't shake the feeling that something followed me home from that place. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can hear that bell jingling, or smell that stale, musty air. I've driven back along that stretch of Highway 50 in broad daylight, looking for the diner, but there's nothing there, just trees and empty road where I know it stood. But the worst part? Last week I was getting coffee at a gas station about 30 miles from where the diner was, and I saw a newspaper with a small article about a missing person. The picture showed a middle-aged man with tired eyes, Martin. He disappeared while driving home on Highway 50. The article mentioned he was the 3rd disappearance on that stretch of road this year. I don't drive at night anymore, and I take the long way around to visit my mom now. Sometimes I think about that waitress and Martin and the others at the diner. I wonder if they're still there, trapped in that place that shouldn't exist, and I wonder how close I came to joining them. Story 8. I've been trying to make sense of what happened 3 weeks ago, but I can't. Even typing this makes my hands shake, and I've barely slept since that night. I need to get this off my chest because nobody believes me, and the police think I'm either lying or crazy. I'm not. I wish I was. It started around 11:30 on a Friday night. I was already in bed when Jason called. I almost didn't answer because we'd had a stupid argument earlier that day about him forgetting our 6-month anniversary, but I did answer, and I wish every day that I hadn't. Cass, my truck broke down. I'm near Black Hollow. Can you come get me? He sounded weird, like he was out of breath. Black Hollow? What the hell are you doing out there? I asked him. The forest has a bad reputation around here. Growing up, we all heard stories about hikers disappearing, strange lights seen between the trees at night, and people hearing whispers on the wind. My grandmother was especially superstitious about it. She grew up in this town and always called it the Pines and made me promise never to go there. The forest listens, she used to say, and it doesn't like what it hears. I always thought it was just old people talk, you know. Look, I know, I'm sorry, Jason said. I was taking a shortcut to Mike's place. Can you just come? The battery's dying and I don't want to be stuck out here all night. I almost said no. It was late, and Black Hollow gave me the creeps even in daylight. But it was Jason, and despite our fight, I couldn't leave him stranded. Fine. Where exactly are you? I asked. I'm on that old logging road that branches off Highway 16, about 2 miles in, past the no trespassing sign. You'll see my truck. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Stay in your truck and keep the doors locked, I told him. I don't know why I said that last part. It just came out. Thanks, Cass. I owe you one. Then his phone cut out. I threw on jeans, a hoodie, and grabbed my keys. The whole drive there, I had this knot in my stomach that kept getting tighter. It was one of those clear, cold October nights where the moon makes everything look silver and unreal. I kept the radio loud to drown out my thoughts. When I turned onto the logging road, my headlights bounced off the trees, making them look like they were moving. The road was barely maintained, full of potholes and overgrown in places. I almost turned around twice, but I kept going for Jason. After what felt like forever, I saw his red pickup just sitting there in the middle of the road. I pulled up behind it and left my headlights on so I could see. Right away, something felt wrong. The driver's door was wide open. The keys were still in the ignition. The truck looked perfectly fine. No flat tire, no steam from the hood. Nothing that would explain why he'd broken down. "Jason," I called out, getting out of my car. No answer. I walked over to his truck and looked inside. His phone was on the passenger seat, which made no sense because he'd just called me from it. I picked it up and saw that the battery was at 87%, not dying like he'd claimed. The last call on it was to me 26 minutes earlier. "Jason!" I yelled louder. My voice echoed back at me through the trees, but nothing else. That's when I noticed the footprints leading from the driver's side into the forest. They were deep and uneven, like he'd been stumbling or dragging his feet. I shined my phone's flashlight on them and followed a few steps toward the tree line. I should have gotten back in my car right then. I should have driven straight to the police, but I didn't. "Jason, this isn't funny," I shouted, taking a few more steps into the forest. The trees seemed to close in around me immediately, blocking out the moonlight. The air felt different in there, heavier, like it was pressing against my skin. Then I heard it. Whispers. So faint at first that I thought it was just wind in the leaves. But there was no wind that night. The whispers were in some language I couldn't understand, but they sounded urgent, excited even, and then, cutting through them, a high-pitched laugh that made the hair on my arms stand up. It didn't sound human. It sounded like something pretending to be human. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking. I was scared now, really scared. I kept moving forward, following Jason's tracks with my flashlight. The whispers grew louder, seeming to come from all around me. Then I saw movement between the trees, a shadow darker than the darkness, sliding from one trunk to another. I froze. My flashlight beam caught something reflecting in the distance. Eyes, not animal eyes, not human eyes. They were too high up, too scattered. Some were barely 3 feet off the ground. Others were easily 15 feet up. Dozens of them, all staring at me, blinking occasionally. They were positioned all wrong, like they weren't attached to bodies in any normal way. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. The whispers grew excited, and that awful laugh came again, closer this time. "Jason!" I screamed, but I knew somehow that Jason wasn't there anymore, or if he was, He couldn't answer me. I turned and ran back toward the road, stumbling over roots and branches that seemed to reach for my ankles. The whispers followed me, growing louder until they weren't whispers anymore but voices, speaking words I couldn't understand but somehow knew were terrible. When I broke through the tree line, I sprinted for my car, fumbling with my keys. I got in and locked the doors, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As my car started, the headlights swept across the edge of the forest. That's when I saw it. Standing just at the tree line was a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, at least 8 feet, and thin, like someone had stretched a person out like taffy. Its arms hung down past its knees, ending in hands with fingers that were too long and too many. Its head was tilted to one side at an angle that would snap a normal neck, and though I couldn't make out its face clearly, I knew it was looking right at me. As my headlights illuminated it, the thing raised one of those awful hands and waved. Not a threatening wave, almost friendly, like we knew each other, like it had been waiting for me. I slammed my car into reverse, spinning the wheel and hitting the gas so hard that gravel flew everywhere. I didn't stop until I reached the highway, and then I drove straight to the police station. They took my report, but I could tell they didn't believe me. They thought I was hysterical, or making it up, or covering for Jason. They went out to Black Hollow the next morning and found his truck exactly where I said it would be. But there was no sign of Jason, no footprints leading into the forest, nothing. They've been searching for 3 weeks now, search parties, dogs, helicopters. They found nothing, not a scrap of clothing, not a drop of blood. It's like Jason walked into those trees and disappeared. The official theory is that he ran off, or that I did something to him and hid the body. They've questioned me 4 times. They've searched my apartment, my car, my parents' house. They've gone through my phone, my computer, everything. I've tried to tell them what I saw, but they look at me like I'm crazy. Maybe I am. Maybe I imagined that thing in the forest, but I didn't imagine Jason disappearing. I haven't been able to sleep much since that night. When I do, I dream of those eyes watching me from between the trees. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and think I hear whispers in a language I don't understand. Twice now, I've gotten calls from Jason's number, but when I answer, there's nothing but that high-pitched laugh and what sounds like wind through pine needles. Last night was the worst. I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m. to find my bedroom window wide open, even though I'm sure I closed and locked it before bed. On the sill was a small pine branch, arranged in a pattern that looked deliberate, and scratched into the paint of the windowsill were 3 words: "The forest listens." I'm moving away next week. I can't stay in this town anymore, not with Black Hollow so close, not with the police still suspecting me, not with the nightmares, but I'm afraid it won't matter where I go, because sometimes when I'm alone I still hear those whispers. And sometimes out of the corner of my eye, I see something tall and thin standing just at the edge of my vision, its head tilted at that impossible angle, its hand raised in that friendly wave. I don't know what happened to Jason that night. I don't know what lives in Black Hollow Forest, but my grandmother was right all along. The forest does listen, and I think it's still listening to me. Story: I've worked as a maintenance supervisor at Evergreen Cemetery in Glenwood Springs for almost 15 years now. I've seen my share of weird stuff. People leaving strange offerings, teenagers sneaking in at night, the occasional vandalism. But nothing prepared me for what happened Easter weekend of 2009. I've never talked about this publicly before. I'm not even sure why I'm writing it all down now, except that it's been 14 years and I still wake up in a cold sweat sometimes thinking about it. It was Thursday before Easter when I first noticed something off. I always start my rounds at the oldest section. Habit, I guess, plus the ground there needs more attention with all the settling and tilting that happens to the older headstones. I was checking for winter damage when I stopped dead in my tracks. Something felt wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, just this weird feeling that something had changed. Then it hit me. The Buchanan family plot. All 5 headstones had shifted, not fallen over, not sunk into the ground, but rotated, like someone had carefully turned each one about 15 degrees clockwise. My first thought was vandalism, but there were no footprints in the soft spring ground, no tire tracks, nothing disturbed except the position of the stones. I checked the next row, same thing, and the next. Every single headstone in the oldest section, we're talking graves from the 1880s through early 1900s, had been rotated exactly the same amount. I took out my phone and used the compass app. Yep, 15 degrees clockwise from their original position. I called my boss, who basically told me I was seeing things or that maybe the ground was shifting from the spring thaw. But I've worked here long enough to know what normal seasonal movement looks like. This wasn't it. This was deliberate, perfect uniform. I took photos and measurements, figuring I'd document it before fixing them. By the end of my shift, I'd confirmed that 43 headstones had been rotated exactly 15 degrees clockwise. No signs of how it was done, no damage to the stones or the surrounding ground. That night, I barely slept. Something about the precision bothered me. Who would go through that much effort, and why? Friday morning, I came in early, hoping to get some stones reset before the weekend. That's when I nearly had a heart attack. They'd moved again. Now they were about 30 degrees off from their original position. Still all facing the same direction, still no signs of tampering or footprints. I called the police this time. The officer who came out, Ramirez, I'd known him for years. He walked the cemetery with me, took some photos, but ultimately shrugged it off. Probably some kids with too much time on their hands, he said, but I could tell he was unsettled too. How would kids move heavy stone markers with such precision without leaving any evidence? That afternoon, a woman showed up asking about the headstones. Dr. Eleanor Wells, geophysicist from the university in Denver, said she was in town visiting family for Easter and heard about the anomaly at the cemetery. I wasn't supposed to let civilians poke around, but she had all this equipment and seemed to know what she was talking about. Plus, I was desperate for some kind of explanation. She set up these sensors around the oldest section and started taking readings. I'll never forget the look on her face when she checked the first results. "This isn't possible," she kept saying, adjusting her equipment like it must be broken. She explained something about electromagnetic readings being way off the charts, not just a little abnormal, but impossibly high for a natural occurrence. "What does that mean?" I asked her. "I don't know," she admitted. "But whatever's causing this, it's not geological. These frequencies, they're in a very specific range, 8.9 to 9.3 hertz, and they're pulsing in a pattern. Nature doesn't create patterns like this. So someone's doing this deliberately?" I asked, feeling a chill despite the spring sunshine. "Someone or something," she said, and I didn't like how she emphasized that last word. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. I kept thinking about those headstones slowly turning, like the hands of some massive clock, counting down to what? Saturday morning, the town was buzzing with Easter activities. The annual egg hunt was happening in Willow Park, which borders the north side of the cemetery. I arrived at work early again, half expecting to find the headstones had moved further. They had. Now they were about 45 degrees from their original positions. Dr. Wells was already there with more equipment. "It's getting stronger," she said without looking up from her tablet. "The frequency is the same, but the amplitude is increasing, and I've been getting reports from people in town, digital devices going haywire, especially near the park." Later that morning, parents at the egg hunt were complaining about phones dying, cameras glitching, even hearing aids picking up strange static. All the problems seemed concentrated in the northern section of the park, the part closest to the oldest cemetery plots. That afternoon, I overheard Dr. Wells on the phone with a colleague, her voice tense. "No, I'm telling you, it's not natural. Yes, I've ruled out power lines, geological features, even solar activity. The pattern suggests artificial origin, but there's no source I can identify. Yes, I understand what I'm saying sounds crazy. Easter Sunday." I woke up before dawn, some instinct pulling me out of bed. I drove to the cemetery in the dark, the streets empty except for a few cars heading to sunrise services. The air felt different, heavy, like before a thunderstorm, but the sky was clear. I unlocked the cemetery gates at 5:30 a.m., my flashlight beam cutting through the pre-dawn gloom. I headed straight for the oldest section and stopped cold. All 97 markers, every single one, had rotated again. Now they all faced directly east toward the rising sun. Perfect alignment. And something else new. In the light frost that covered the ground, I could see what looked like footprints, not normal footprints with shoe treads, but smooth, almost like someone with bare feet had walked from each grave toward the eastern gate. 97 sets of prints, all heading the same direction. I followed one set to the gate. They just stopped there, like whoever made them had simply vanished. By now, Dr. Wells had set up a small monitoring station near the eastern gate. She was checking her equipment when I arrived, her face pale in the blue glow of her screens. "It's building towards something," she whispered. "The readings are getting stronger by the minute." The sunrise service was set to begin at 6:15 a.m. at the Memorial Garden on the east side. People were already gathering, setting up chairs, arranging flowers. Nobody seemed to notice anything unusual except me and Dr. Wells. At exactly 6:42 a.m., as the first rays of sunlight crested the mountains, it happened. I felt it first as a change in pressure, like when your ears pop at high altitude, but all through my body. Then came the humming. Not a sound you hear with your ears, but something you feel in your bones, your teeth, the fluid in your eyes. Every electronic device went crazy. Phones screeching with feedback, car alarms blaring in the parking lot, Dr. Wells's equipment smoking as the readings spiked off the charts. And then I saw them. We all did. Translucent figures like heat mirages rising from the oldest graves. Dozens of them wavering in the dawn light, moving in unison toward the eastern gate. Men, women, even small child-sized forms, all dressed in clothing from another century. A woman next to me screamed. Someone else started praying loudly. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, could only watch as these, whatever they were, glided past us. It lasted exactly 17 seconds. Dr. Wells' equipment confirmed that later. 17 seconds of impossibility. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The pressure released. The humming faded. The figures disappeared as the sun cleared the horizon. People were shouting, crying, trying to make sense of what they'd seen. Some denied seeing anything at all, claiming mass hysteria or a trick of the light, but too many of us saw the same thing. Dr. Wells's audio equipment had captured something during those 17 seconds. What sounded like dozens of voices speaking in perfect unison, though no one could make out the words. The electromagnetic frequency had peaked precisely at sunrise, then dropped back to normal levels. In the days that followed, other strange reports came in. Children who'd participated in the egg hunt were having dreams about the people under the ground who wanted to come up for Easter. One kid, 8-year-old Mason Delaney, told his parents about a nice old lady who helped him find eggs. When shown photographs of headstones, he pointed without hesitation to one belonging to Elizabeth Hargrove, who died in 1897. The boy correctly identified not just her name, but mentioned she was a teacher who liked helping children. The child had no way of knowing that information. A town historian revealed something else disturbing. Willow Park had been built partially over an old section of the cemetery. In the 1920s, most graves had been moved, but approximately 30 were never relocated because their markers had been lost over time. Those unmarked graves were right where the kids had been hunting for eggs. A 6-year-old girl named Lily Simmons, who had found the most eggs during the hunt, was discovered by her parents sleepwalking in their backyard at dawn the following Sunday. She had arranged rocks in a pattern that, when mapped, matched the exact layout of the oldest cemetery plots. When asked, she said the Easter people showed her how to do it. Every Easter since 2009, electromagnetic monitoring equipment detects the same frequency signature beginning at 3:33 a.m. and peaking at dawn. Despite cameras and security patrols, painted eggs in old-fashioned styles appear on those previously unmarked graves. Lab analysis showed they were created with natural pigments containing minerals found only in our local soil. I still work at Evergreen Cemetery. I've never missed an Easter sunrise since then. Each year, I stand at that eastern gate and wait, watching the old section as the sun rises. Sometimes I feel that pressure change, hear that faint humming. Sometimes I don't, but I know what I saw. Dr. Wells published a paper about the electromagnetic anomalies, but left out the part about the figures. Too career damaging, she said. Most people in town don't talk about it anymore. Those who witnessed it have their theories: mass hallucination, elaborate hoax, or something more spiritual. All I know is that for 17 seconds on Easter morning 2009, something happened that science can't explain. Something stirred beneath ground that had held it for over a century. A resurrection of sorts, and whatever it was, it hasn't finished yet. Story 10. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family and boyfriend, but I need to get this off my chest. 4 years ago, in 2019, I experienced something that still haunts me to this day. I've tried to rationalize it, tried to convince myself it was just my imagination running wild, but the evidence I found the next morning made that impossible. I grew up in Oak Ridge, Minnesota, one of those small towns where everyone knows everyone else's business. It's surrounded by cornfields that stretch for miles, and in the fall, when the corn is tall, it feels like the fields could swallow you whole if you wandered too far in. Our apartment was on the second floor of a small complex on the edge of town, right across from one of those massive cornfields. My bedroom window faced it directly, with just a dimly lit street separating us. That summer was my last in Oak Ridge. Mom had gotten a job offer in a different state, and we were set to move at the end of August. I was packing up my room bit by bit, feeling nostalgic about leaving the place I'd called home for most of my life. Music was my escape during that time. I had an old upright piano that had belonged to my grandmother, and I'd spend hours playing it when I needed to clear my head. It was around 11 at night in early August. Mom and my younger brother were already asleep, but I was restless. I sat at my piano playing softly with just my desk lamp on when something caught my eye through the window. At first, it was just a dark shape at the edge of the cornfield. I stopped playing and moved closer to the window, squinting to see better in the dim streetlight. It looked like a black goat. I remember thinking someone's farm animal must have gotten loose, though none of our neighbors kept livestock that I knew of. It was just standing there, right where the corn met the road, completely still. I watched it for a minute or two, expecting it to wander off, but it didn't move. Then it turned its head and seemed to look directly at our building. A chill ran down my spine, though I couldn't explain why. It was just a goat, right? I drew my curtains closed and went back to playing, but I couldn't focus anymore. The image of that dark shape at the edge of the cornfield kept interrupting my thoughts. Eventually, I gave up and decided to go to bed. I switched off my lamp and climbed into bed, but sleep wouldn't come. After about an hour of tossing and turning, I got up to get a glass of water. As I passed my window, I couldn't resist peeking through the curtains again. The goat was no longer at the edge of the field. It had moved to the middle of the street and was standing directly under the streetlight, facing our apartment building. Even from the second floor, I could tell it was staring up at my window. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. What kind of animal behaves like that? I backed away from the window, telling myself I was being ridiculous. It was just a goat, an escaped farm animal that would be gone by morning. I tried to go back to sleep, but every noise made me jump. The creaking of the building, the hum of the refrigerator, the occasional car passing by. Around 1 in the morning, I got up again, drawn to the window like I couldn't help myself. What I saw made my blood run cold. The goat wasn't in the street anymore. It was on our apartment complex grounds, standing in the small patch of grass directly below my window. Under the better lighting of our building's exterior lamps, I could see it more clearly now. It was tall for a goat, with matted black fur and what looked like curved horns. But what made me gasp out loud was when I noticed its feet. They weren't hooves, they were hands. Gnarled, mangled human-like hands with long, skinny fingers that seemed too big for its body. The fingers were splayed out on the grass in a way that looked painful and wrong. I stumbled backward, knocking over my bedside lamp. It hit the floor with a crash that seemed deafening in the quiet apartment. I waited, frozen, for someone to wake up, but no one did. When I worked up the courage to look out the window again, the creature was gone. I convinced myself I'd imagined it, that the stress of moving, the late hour, and my overactive imagination had combined to create a hallucination. I couldn't face going back to bed in my room, though. I grabbed my pillow and blanket and went to sleep on the living room couch, leaving all the lights on. The next morning I woke up stiff and groggy. Mom asked why I was sleeping on the couch, and I mumbled something about falling asleep watching TV. I avoided looking out my bedroom window all morning, but as I was packing more of my things that afternoon, I noticed something on the outside of the glass. There was a greasy handprint on my window. Not just any handprint, it was huge, with long, skinny fingers, exactly like what I'd seen on the creature. And stuck to the greasy residue were several coarse black hairs. My window was on the second floor. There was no fire escape, no tree, no way for anyone to climb up there. The maintenance man hadn't been by. No one could have left that handprint, no human anyway. I screamed for my mum. When she saw it, she was disturbed but tried to rationalize it. Maybe some neighborhood kids playing a prank. Maybe the maintenance man had used a ladder and not told us. But I could see in her eyes that she was unsettled too. She cleaned the window with bleach, scrubbing until every trace of the handprint was gone. We moved 2 weeks later, and I was relieved to leave Oak Ridge behind. I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. I didn't see the goat thing in real life again, but it followed me into my dreams. After we moved, I started having vivid nightmares. They weren't always about the creature directly, but it was always there, watching from the background. I'd dream I was driving down a country road, and there'd be roadkill on the side, a deer or raccoon, something normal. But when I looked in my rearview mirror, the goat would be standing over the carcass, those horrible hand feet pressing into the bloody fur, its eyes reflecting my headlights. I'd dream about camping with friends, having a good time around a campfire, and then I'd notice it standing just beyond the tree line, partially hidden but always watching me. The dreams were so realistic, I could smell the campfire smoke, feel the heat on my face. The worst dream came about 6 months after we moved. By then I was living with my boyfriend in our new town. I dreamt I was in colonial Salem. I was wearing a long dress and bonnet, like Puritan clothing, walking through a small village. The sky was dark with storm clouds, and I could smell rain in the air mixed with the scent of mold and damp earth. As I walked past the village boundaries toward the woods, I saw it. The goat was standing among the trees, watching me. But this time, it wasn't just standing there. It raised one of its hand feet and beckoned to me with a long, skinny finger. I woke up twitching violently in my sleep. My boyfriend had to shake me awake, saying I was making weird grunting noises and my whole body was jerking like I was having a seizure. I was drenched in sweat. And the worst part was I could still smell the moldy, earthy scent from my dream for several minutes after waking up. The dreams have become less frequent over time, but they haven't stopped completely. Sometimes months will go by without any sign of the goat thing, and I'll start to believe maybe it's finally gone. Then it'll appear again, always watching, always in the background. I've researched folklore about goatmen or creatures with hooves and hands, but haven't found anything that matches exactly what I saw. Some nights when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering if it followed me from Oak Ridge or if it had been watching me my whole life, and I just never noticed until that night. What keeps me up at night is wondering what would have happened if I'd kept staring at it from my window that night. Would it have tried to climb up to me? Was it trying to lure me outside? And why me? Why did it choose my window to stand under, my dreams to invade? I still play piano, but never after dark with the curtains open, and I can't look at cornfields without scanning the edges for that black shape. Sometimes when I'm alone in the house and hear an unexpected noise, I'm afraid I'll turn around and see those gnarled hands reaching for me. I don't know what I saw that night in Oak Ridge. I don't know if it was a demon, a cryptid, or something else entirely. All I know is that it was real, it found me once, and some part of me is always afraid it will find me again. Story 11. I never used to believe in haunted places. Ghost stories were fun around campfires, but that's all they were. Stories. At least that's what I thought until that day in the Sierra Nevada mountains back in the summer of 2017. Even typing this makes my hands shake. I'm Cameron Hayes. I've been an avid hiker for most of my life, always seeking out new trails and adventures with friends. That summer, my buddies Jake and Tom suggested we try a lesser-known trail in the Sierra Nevada. Jake had found it on some obscure hiking forum. People called it Whisper Ridge Trail. Sarah, Tom's girlfriend, was also coming along. She was newer to hiking, but eager to join. The night before our hike, we were hanging out at Jake's apartment, going over the trail maps, when he casually mentioned something that should have been our first warning. Apparently, some hikers have gone missing on this trail over the years, he said, scrolling through his phone. Local legend says the forest took them. We all laughed it off. Sarah rolled her eyes and said, "Every remote place has stories like that." Tom just shrugged and grabbed another beer. I remember thinking how ridiculous it sounded, a forest taking people. If only I'd paid attention to that unsettled feeling in my gut. We arrived at the trailhead around 7 in the morning. It was a beautiful summer day, clear blue skies, perfect temperature, birds singing. The trailhead wasn't marked with an official sign, just a small wooden post with a faded carving that might have once been the trail name. The first few miles were absolutely gorgeous. We crossed several small streams and even passed a waterfall that cascaded down moss-covered rocks. The sunlight filtered through the trees, creating that perfect dappled light photographers love. We took tons of pictures, laughing and joking around. Everything felt so normal. About 4 miles in, things started to change. It was subtle at first. The trail began to narrow, and the trees grew closer together, blocking out more of the sky. I noticed the bird songs had stopped. When I mentioned it, Jake said birds often go quiet in the middle of the day, but something about the silence felt wrong. It wasn't just quiet, it was empty. We stopped for lunch around noon at a small clearing with a view of the valley below. While the others unpacked our food, I wandered to the edge of the clearing. That's when I heard it for the first time, a faint whisper that seemed to be coming from the trees. It wasn't clear enough to make out words, just a soft, rustling sound that could have been the wind. But there wasn't any wind. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, turning back to the group. "Hear what?" Tom asked, mouth full of his sandwich. "Probably just the leaves," Sarah suggested, though she glanced nervously at the dense tree line. I tried to shake it off, but throughout lunch I kept hearing it, soft, distant murmuring that seemed to fade in and out. I didn't mention it again, not wanting to seem paranoid. After lunch, we continued hiking, and the trail became more overgrown. In some places it was barely visible, forcing us to push through thick underbrush. The trees towered above us, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I found myself zipping up my jacket despite it being a warm summer day. The whispers grew stronger. At first they remained indistinct, like several people talking far away. But as we pushed deeper into the forest, they became more pronounced. I still couldn't understand the words, but there was an urgency to them that made the hair on my arms stand up. "Do you guys hear that?" I finally asked again, unable to keep it to myself. Jake stopped walking and tilted his head. I hear something, but it's probably just the wind in the trees." "There is no wind," Sarah said quietly, wrapping her arms around herself. "I hear it too, like whispering." Tom laughed nervously. Come on, guys. You're freaking yourselves out over nothing. But I could see in his eyes that he heard it too. We continued walking, but the mood had shifted. The playful banter from earlier was gone, replaced by tense silence, broken only by the sound of our footsteps and those persistent whispers that seemed to follow us. About an hour later, Jake stopped suddenly, looking confused. "This isn't right," he said, pulling out his map. "According to this, we should have reached a stream crossing by now." We gathered around the map, trying to figure out where we were. Nothing looked familiar. The landmarks Jake had noted weren't where they should be. It was like the forest itself had rearranged around us. "Maybe we took a wrong turn," Sarah suggested, but we all knew we hadn't. The trail had been narrow and distinct. There hadn't been any forks or alternate paths. That's when I felt it, a sensation of being watched. Not just by one pair of eyes, but by many. I looked around at the trees surrounding us, and for a split second, I could have sworn they had shifted positions. Closing in around us, the whispers grew louder, almost frantic. "Let's just keep going," Tom said, his voice tight. "We'll hit something familiar eventually." We pressed on, but the trail became even more overgrown, forcing us to push through thick ferns and brush. The light dimmed further, and the air became damp and cold. The whispers continued, growing in volume until they sounded like they were right beside my ears. Yet I still couldn't make out the words. Then we stumbled upon it. The cabin. It seemed to appear out of nowhere, half hidden by shadows and overgrown vegetation. It was old, the wood weathered and gray. One of the windows was broken, and the porch sagged dangerously to one side. There was no sign of recent habitation. In fact, it looked like it had been abandoned for decades. "What the hell?" Jake muttered. "This isn't on any of the maps." "Let's check it out," Tom suggested, already moving toward the cabin. Sarah grabbed his arm. "Are you serious? That place looks like it's about to collapse. Plus, it's creepy as hell." She was right. Everything about the cabin screamed stay away. But there was something compelling about it too, like it was drawing us in. "It'll be getting dark in a few hours," I reasoned. "Maybe there's something inside that can help us figure out where we are." Against Sarah's protests, we approached the cabin. The whispers suddenly stopped, leaving an eerie silence that was somehow worse. The porch steps creaked under our weight, and I half expected them to give way. Tom reached for the door handle, and to our surprise, it turned easily. The door swung open with a long, drawn-out creak that echoed through the silent forest. The interior was dark and musty, the air thick with dust and decay. Jake pulled out his flashlight, and the beam cut through the gloom, revealing a small, dilapidated living area. There was a broken table in the center, a few chairs scattered around, and peeling wallpaper hanging in strips from the walls. But what caught my attention immediately was the mirror, a large, ornate thing hanging crookedly on the far wall. It seemed completely out of place in this rundown cabin, its frame intricately carved with what looked like faces and twisted vines. The glass was clouded with age and dust, reflecting our flashlight beams in strange, distorted ways. "This is too weird," Sarah whispered, staying close to the door. "Let's go." "Hold on," Tom said, moving further into the cabin. "Let's at least see if there's anything useful here." Jake's flashlight beam landed on another door leading to what must have been a second room. He pushed it open cautiously, and we followed. The second room was smaller, with a collapsed bed frame in one corner and a small desk against the wall. But what made my blood run cold were the photographs, dozens of them, pinned haphazardly to every available inch of wall space. They were old, yellowed with age, but clear enough to see the subjects. Hikers, dressed in outdated gear from different decades, all standing on various points of the trail we'd been hiking. "What the fuck?" Jake whispered, moving closer to examine them. I approached slowly, drawn to one photo in particular. It showed a group of 4 hikers, 3 men and a woman, standing at what looked like the waterfall we'd passed earlier that day. They were smiling, but something was wrong with their eyes. They looked hollow, empty, as if the person inside had already vanished, leaving only a shell behind. As I stared at the photo, a wave of nausea hit me so hard I had to lean against the wall to keep from falling. The whispers returned, louder than before, and this time I could make out words. "Help us, please help us, we're still here, we can't leave." "Did you hear that?" I gasped, looking at the others. Their faces told me they had. Sarah was pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tom had his arm around her, but he looked just as terrified. Jake was still staring at the photos, his flashlight shaking in his hand. "We need to get out of here now," Tom said, pulling Sarah toward the door. We turned to leave, but the moment we stepped back into the main room, the front door slammed shut with a bang that shook the entire cabin. Jake ran to it and yanked on the handle, but it wouldn't budge. "It's stuck!" he shouted, pulling harder. The whispers grew deafening, surrounding us from all sides, urgent and frantic. The temperature in the cabin dropped dramatically. I could see my breath clouding in front of my face. The mirror on the wall began to vibrate, its cloudy surface rippling like disturbed water. Sarah screamed, pointing at the floor. The wooden planks were shifting, moving slightly as if something underneath was pushing up against them. One board near the corner popped loose, revealing darkness below. "There!" I shouted, pointing. "Maybe there's a way out under the floor." We ran to the loose board, desperation overriding our fear. Jake and Tom pulled at it, widening the gap until it was large enough for a person to fit through. Below was a narrow tunnel, damp and dark, but it seemed to lead away from the cabin. "I'm not going down there," Sarah sobbed, backing away. "We don't have a choice," Tom told her, his voice breaking. "We can't stay here." The whispers had become so loud they were almost screams now, and the entire cabin seemed to be shaking. The mirror fell from the wall, shattering on the floor with a crash that momentarily drowned out the voices. "I'll go first," Jake said, lowering himself into the hole. "Tom, you follow with Sarah, and Cam, you come last." I nodded, helping Sarah toward the opening as Jake disappeared into the darkness. Tom went next, coaxing Sarah to follow him. I took one last look around the cabin, at the shattered mirror and the door that wouldn't open, and then lowered myself into the hole. The tunnel was tight and cold, forcing us to crawl on our hands and knees through mud and what felt like roots. The whispers followed us, echoing through the narrow space. I don't know how long we crawled. It could have been minutes or hours, but eventually Jake called back that he could see light ahead. We emerged one by one into the open air, on the opposite side of the cabin from where we'd entered. Without a word, we ran, crashing through the underbrush back toward what we hoped was the trail. The whispers pursued us, seeming to come from the trees themselves, which appeared to bend and reach for us as we passed. By some miracle, we found the trail again and ran until our lungs burned and our legs threatened to give out. The sun was setting, casting long shadows through the trees. The whispers gradually faded, but the feeling of being watched never left. Somehow, we made it back to the trailhead just as darkness fell. Our car was where we'd left it, a completely normal sight that seemed surreal after what we'd experienced. We piled in, and Jake drove us away from that place as fast as he could. None of us spoke much on the drive home. What was there to say? We'd experienced something impossible, something that defied explanation. In the days that followed, we tried to research the trail and the cabin, but found almost nothing. The few references we did find mentioned hikers who had gone missing over the years. Their bodies never recovered. I haven't been back to the Sierra Nevada since that day. I can't bring myself to hike anymore, especially not on unfamiliar trails. Jake, Tom, and Sarah feel the same way. We don't talk about what happened, but I know they hear the whispers in their dreams too. Sometimes I catch myself looking at our reflection in mirrors or windows, checking to make sure my eyes don't look like those in the photographs, hollow and empty, like something vital had been taken away. I still don't know what happened on that trail. Was it some kind of mass hallucination, an elaborate hoax, or something truly supernatural? All I know is that sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I hear them again, those desperate whispers begging for help from people who can no longer be saved. and I wonder if somehow a part of me never left that forest at all. Story 12. I've never told this to anyone outside my family, not fully at least. I'm not even sure why I'm writing it down now, except that I need someone, anyone, to understand what's been happening to me for nearly my entire life. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. I'm 25 years old now, but this started when I was younger than 5. That's as far back as I can remember anyway. The dreams, always about the same house and always about her. The house itself changes on the outside. Sometimes it's my childhood friend Sarah's house with the blue shutters. Other nights it's the condo my family rented at Myrtle Beach when I was 12. Sometimes it's a fishing cabin I've never actually seen in real life. But inside it's always exactly the same. I could draw the layout with my eyes closed. The living room with its faded floral wallpaper, the kitchen with the peeling linoleum floor, the narrow hallway leading to 2 bedrooms, and the basement. God, the basement. The wooden stairs that creak no matter how carefully you step, the single light bulb hanging from a chain that never quite illuminates the corners, the smell of damp earth and something else I can't name but makes my stomach turn. I've never actually seen the old woman in my dreams, not her face anyway, but I've always known she's there. When I was little, the dreams were about hide and seek. Sounds innocent enough, right? Except in these dreams, if she found me, something terrible would happen. I just knew it. I never saw what the consequence would be. I always woke up before that happened, but the absolute dread I felt was real. I remember one dream from when I was about 6. I was hiding in a closet in one of the bedrooms, crouched behind some musty-smelling coats. I was holding my breath, heart pounding so hard I was sure she'd hear it. Then I felt something brush against my leg. When I looked down in the dark, I realized I wasn't alone in the closet. She was already there, waiting for me. I woke up screaming that night. My mom had to rock me back to sleep. When I hit high school, the dreams changed. They became sleep paralysis episodes. I'd think I was awake in my own bed, but I couldn't move. And then I'd hear her, a gravelly voice, like someone who's smoked for 50 years, whispering right in my ear, "You're still asleep, Eleanor. You're still in the house with me." I'd fight to wake up, convinced I had already woken up, only to hear her laugh and repeat, "Still asleep." Sometimes this would happen 3 or 4 times in a row, dreams nested inside dreams, until I no longer knew what was real. I'd finally wake up for real, drenched in sweat, afraid to close my eyes again. Now the dreams are about being hunted. I'm moving through that damn house, room by room, aware that she's somewhere behind me. I can hear her breathing or the floorboards creaking under her weight. Sometimes I see movement from the corner of my eye, a shadow sliding along the wall or behind a door. The worst part is I never know where she'll appear from next. Last week I had one of the worst dreams yet. I was in the kitchen trying to find a weapon, anything to defend myself. When I opened a drawer, it was filled with writhing maggots. They spilled out over my hands, and I could feel their soft bodies popping between my fingers. I slammed the drawer shut and turned around to find all the exits from the kitchen had disappeared, just blank walls where doors should be, and then the lights went out. I heard her shuffling toward me in the dark. I backed up against the counter, feeling those maggots somehow crawling up my legs now. Then a hand, cold and papery, closed around my wrist. I woke up gasping, my skin crawling for hours afterward. The feeling followed me all day. At work, I kept checking my arms for bugs that weren't there. What makes this whole thing even more disturbing is something my mum told me a few years ago. When I was a baby, maybe 6 months old, she came to check on me in my crib one night. She swears she saw an elderly woman standing over me, just watching me sleep. Mom said she assumed it was the ghost of my great-grandmother, who had died just before I was born. She wasn't even scared, just whispered, "Take care of her," and went back to bed. She never saw the figure again. But here's the thing. Our house had always been off. When I was growing up, I'd hear whispers outside my bedroom door at night, like people having a conversation just quiet enough that I couldn't make out the words. My parents never heard them. There was also a man I'd sometimes see in the bathroom, but only from the corner of my eye when I looked in the mirror, turned directly, and he'd be gone. Mom would find indentations on the couch or armchair sometimes, as if someone had just been sitting there. The worst incident happened when I was 9. I came downstairs for a glass of water in the middle of the night. From the doorway, I could see a dark figure crouched behind our kitchen island. It was hunched over, too tall to be our dog, and completely still. I was frozen in place, afraid to move forward or run back upstairs. After what felt like forever, I backed away slowly and ran to my parents' room. Dad checked the whole house and found nothing, of course. He said I was just having a bad dream with my eyes open. But I wasn't asleep. I know what I saw. I've tried everything to stop these dreams. Sleep medication just makes it worse. I get trapped in the dreams longer, unable to wake myself up. Therapy helped with my general anxiety, but did nothing for the dreams. One therapist suggested they were manifestations of childhood trauma, but there isn't any. I had a happy, normal childhood, except for the dreams and the weird house stuff. Last year, I moved out of my hometown to a city 2 hours away, hoping maybe the dreams were somehow connected to my childhood home. For about 2 weeks, I didn't have a single dream about the house or the old woman. I thought I was finally free. Then one night, I dreamed I was back in that house, but now there were photographs on the walls, photographs of my new apartment, my new workplace, my new friends. It was like she was showing me that she knew where I was, that she could still find me. The dream ended with me trapped in the basement. I could hear her coming down the stairs, that slow, deliberate step-by-step that I've come to dread. Just before she reached the bottom, I noticed something hanging on the wall, an old-fashioned key on a nail. Somehow I knew it was important. I grabbed it, just as her shadow fell across the floor. Then I woke up. The really messed up part. When I got up to get ready for work, I found a small tarnished key on my nightstand, a key I had never seen before that looked exactly like the one from my dream. I don't know how it got there. I live alone. My doors were locked. I checked every door and cabinet in my apartment, but the key didn't fit anything. I still have it. Sometimes it feels cold to the touch, even when it's been sitting in my warm room for days. Other times I swear it's moved from where I left it. Last night's dream was the worst yet. I was back in the house, but I wasn't alone. My current boyfriend was with me, though in the dream he couldn't see or hear the old woman. I kept trying to warn him, to get him to leave with me, but he thought I was overreacting. We were in the living room when I saw her standing in the hallway, just a dark silhouette. For the first time, I could make out her face, sunken cheeks, hollow eyes, and a wide, toothless grin. She raised one finger to her lips in a shh gesture, then pointed at my boyfriend. I tried to scream, to grab him and run, but I was frozen in place. I watched as a dark stain spread across the wall behind him, seeping down like black water. When it touched him, he started to change, his skin graying and wrinkling, his back hunching. He turned to me, and his face was transforming into hers. I woke up crying and immediately called him, terrified something had happened. He's fine, but now he thinks I'm losing it. Maybe I am. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm afraid to sleep. I'm afraid that one night I won't wake up, that I'll be trapped in that house with her forever, or worse, that I'll bring her out into the real world somehow, like that key. Sometimes I wonder if something attached itself to me when I was a baby, something that's been feeding off my fear all these years, growing stronger, testing the boundaries between dreams and reality. The key is sitting next to me as I write this. I'm too afraid to throw it away. What if that makes her angry? What if that's what she wants, for me to get rid of the only thing that might eventually make sense of all this? I don't know what's going to happen tonight when I close my eyes. I just know she'll be waiting for me in that house, the house that never changes inside, the house that follows me wherever I go. Story 13. I was a restoration tech when they found that sealed room in Hathorne House back in November of 2011. I shouldn't be writing this. My therapist says I need to process what happened, but I don't think putting it down in words will help. Some things should stay buried. I specialized in audio restoration for historical archives, mostly boring stuff, town hall meetings from the 50s, oral histories, that kind of thing. When the Massachusetts Historical Society contacted me about restoring damaged recordings found during the demolition of Hathorne House, I thought it would be just another job. Good money, interesting bit of local history. That's all. Hathorne was one of those massive old psychiatric hospitals built in the late 1800s. Beautiful architecture hiding ugly history. By 2011, most of it had been abandoned for decades. The main building was finally being demolished when workers broke through a wall in the East Wing basement and found a room that wasn't on any blueprint. I remember the first time I saw that room. It was early November, cold as hell. The demolition foreman had called the Historical Society because they'd found boxes of patient files and these weird reel-to-reel recordings. The room had been sealed up tight, like someone wanted to make sure whatever was in there stayed locked away. The equipment inside looked custom-built, not standard hospital issue. There were modified tape recorders, strange copper coil arrangements, and what looked like medical monitoring equipment, all connected to this central metal chair with restraints. The chair had these bizarre copper wire arrays positioned where someone's head would rest. The whole setup made my skin crawl. The society wanted me to digitize and restore the audio recordings, see if there was anything of historical value. They gave me access to Dr. Whitcomb's journals too. He was apparently the head of experimental psychiatry at Hathorne. Reading his notes was the first red flag. This guy had gone way off the reservation with his research. According to his journals, Whitcomb believed that traumatic memories created actual energy patterns that could be recorded and transferred between people. He called it resonant memory phenomena, and he'd been conducting unauthorized experiments on patients since 1963. I set up my equipment in a small office they gave me at the Historical Society building. The first few tapes were just session recordings, Whitcomb interviewing patients about their traumas. Pretty standard stuff, except for his weird questions about whether they could feel other patients' memories. Then I found the tapes labeled Subject 17, Margaret. These were different. In the early recordings, Margaret sounded like a soft-spoken woman in her late 20s. Whitcomb noted she had exceptional empathy, could describe other people's emotional states with uncanny accuracy. I'll never forget the recording from October 1965. Whitcomb had Margaret in what he called the resonance chamber, that weird room with the chair. He played recordings of a Vietnam vet describing combat experiences, but instead of just having Margaret listen, he had her hooked up to his equipment. Her voice changed during the session. It wasn't subtle. She started describing a firefight near Pleiku with details the vet had mentioned in earlier sessions, except Margaret had never heard those sessions. She described the smell of gunpowder, the weight of an M16, the exact sound a bullet makes passing too close to your head, things she couldn't possibly know. Whitcomb was ecstatic on the recording, calling it the first documented case of complete memory transference. That's when the restoration job started getting to me. I'd work late into the night, alone with these voices from decades ago. I started getting headaches, bad ones, right at the base of my skull. Sometimes I'd catch myself zoning out, the tapes still playing, unable to remember the last few minutes. The worst tapes came after Whitcomb started doing what he called modifications to improve reception. He surgically implanted copper wire arrays into patients' skulls, similar to the setup on that chair. Margaret was his primary subject. Her voice changed more with each session, sometimes shifting mid-sentence to different tones, different accents. Then came February 1968. Margaret died, officially from heart failure, but the recordings from her final days told a different story. She suffered violent headaches, constant nosebleeds. She would recite other people's memories for hours, her voice fluctuating between different people, sometimes speaking several voices at once. The most disturbing journal entry came after her death. Whitcomb removed portions of her brain tissue and somehow incorporated them into his recording equipment. He called it a biological transceiver. The guy had completely lost it. The final tape in the collection was dated March 3, 1968. It ran for 72 minutes. I started the restoration process like normal, cleaning up the audio. About 10 minutes in, Margaret's voice came through, but she'd been dead for weeks when this was recorded. Her voice recited memories from 11 different patients, none of whom were present during the recording according to Whitcomb's notes. Then her voice started to change, developing these overlapping patterns, multiple voices speaking through one voice. Whitcomb called it the primary manifestation. That's when my equipment started acting strange. The digitization would glitch, creating these feedback loops. My studio monitors would pick up interference, whispers beneath the main audio. At first, I thought it was just crosstalk from damaged tape. 3 weeks into the project, I started having dreams about patients I'd never met. Specific details: a woman named Helen who'd lost her children in a house fire in 1959. A man called Thomas who'd suffered electroshock therapy for homosexuality. I could see their faces, feel their pain. I mentioned this to my colleague Jeff, who was helping catalog the patient files. He gave me a weird look and pulled out Helen's file. The details matched my dream exactly, right down to the address of the fire. There's no way I could have known that. I hadn't seen her file. The headaches got worse. I started hearing whispers when no recordings were playing. Multiple voices overlapping, just at the edge of comprehension. I'd be alone in my apartment and hear someone murmur right behind me. I'd spin around. Nothing there. About a month in, I had my first nosebleed. I was working late, restoring the final tape, the part where Margaret's voice shifts into that multi-tonal pattern. My monitors started producing this sound, not quite feedback, more like resonance, like the audio was finding the exact frequency of my skull and vibrating it. Blood started pouring from my nose. Blood. And in that moment, I remembered being strapped to a metal chair, copper wires pressing against my scalp, Whitcomb's voice saying, "Just relax, Margaret, let the memories flow through you." But that wasn't my memory. I shut everything down and went home. Couldn't sleep. Kept hearing Margaret's voice, not from the recordings, but inside my head, whispers that grew louder throughout the night. By morning, I was a mess. I called in sick, but my supervisor, Jeremy, insisted on coming over. He'd been working with the 2 other techs on the project, and apparently they were experiencing similar symptoms. Tim had been hospitalized after a breakdown where he recited patient case histories he'd never read. Jeremy looked terrible. Pale, dark circles under his eyes. He told me they'd brought in audio specialists to examine the tapes. They'd found sounds matching no known source and acoustic patterns that violated the basic principles of audio engineering. The frequencies shouldn't have been possible to record with 1960s equipment. That night, I woke up screaming, convinced I was back in Hathorne House. I could feel the restraints, smell the antiseptic. My nose was bleeding again, soaking my pillow, and I could hear Margaret's voice clearer than ever. But it wasn't just her anymore. It was dozens of voices, hundreds, all using her vocal cords to speak. I packed a bag and drove to my parents' place in New Hampshire, 3 hours away from those tapes. It didn't help. The voices followed me. I started writing down what they were saying. Memories of abuse at Hathorne, experimental treatments, Whitcomb's sessions. Details so specific they couldn't be imagination. When I got back to Massachusetts a week later, I learned they'd halted construction at the Hathorne site. Workers were reporting unexplained sounds near the foundation where Whitcomb's lab had been. One guy quit after he kept hearing a woman's voice call his name when nobody was there. I quit the project. Told the Historical Society I couldn't continue. They didn't argue. The other 2 techs had already quit. Jeremy looked relieved when I handed in my resignation. "It doesn't stop," he whispered. "Even with the tapes locked away, it doesn't stop." He was right. It's been 12 years since I worked on those tapes. I've moved 3 times, changed careers, been through 4 therapists. The headaches come and go. The voices fade but never completely disappear. Sometimes I'll go months without an episode, then wake up with blood on my pillow, Margaret's voice in my head, reciting memories of people long dead. The worst part, I've started having my own resonance events, as Whitcomb called them. People around me report hearing whispers when they're near me. My last girlfriend left after she woke up to find me sitting upright in bed, speaking in multiple voices about traumas I never experienced. I've tracked down information about Hathorne House since then. Between 1969 and 72, 47 patients and 5 staff members from Whitcomb's ward developed identical symptoms, hearing voices reciting memories they couldn't possibly have. The land where Hathorne stood is still undeveloped. The foundation was filled in, but nothing's been built there. Local kids say if you stand near where the East Wing was at night, you can hear whispers coming from the ground. Whitcomb's final journal entry haunts me. It's no longer just receiving. The apparatus is generating patterns now. We've opened something that doesn't close. He was right. Whatever he tapped into, whatever he recorded, it's still broadcasting. Margaret's voice, and all the voices that speak through her, are still out there. A psychic impression that doesn't fade, and some nights, when it's quiet and my guard is down, I can feel the copper wires at the base of my skull. I can feel myself becoming part of the apparatus, another receiver, another voice in the chorus. If you hear whispers at the edge of perception, if you start remembering things you never experienced, if you wake with blood on your pillow, you've heard it too. Margaret is still speaking, and now sometimes I think I'm speaking for her. Story 14. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me 3 weeks ago. I've been trying to make sense of it, but I can't. I'm writing this down because I need someone, anyone, to tell me I'm not going crazy. I was driving from Boston to Atlanta for a job interview. Nothing fancy, just me, my car, and a 16-hour drive ahead. I decided to do it in one straight shot because I'm stubborn like that. Loaded up on energy drinks, made a killer playlist, and hit the road around 5 in the morning. Everything was going fine until I hit Virginia. My GPS suddenly beeped and showed a notification about an accident on I-95. It calculated a new route that would supposedly save me an hour of sitting in traffic. At the time, I was grateful. Who wants to be stuck behind a pileup for hours? So I followed the new directions without thinking twice. The detour took me off the interstate onto these winding back roads. At first it was kind of nice, rolling hills, dense forests, farmland. But after about 30 minutes I noticed the roads getting narrower and the houses becoming fewer and farther between. My phone signal started getting spotty too. 1 bar, then none, then 1 again. I remember checking the time. It was around 4 in the afternoon. The sun was still up, but there was this weird quality to the light, like everything was slightly faded, like an old photograph. After driving for what felt like forever down this one particular road, I came to this old iron bridge. It was one of those single-lane bridges, rusted in places, with metal latticework along the sides. As I drove across it, my car made this hollow, echoing sound that seemed to go on longer than it should have. On the other side, there was a wooden sign. Welcome to Cricket Song, where memories live. I remember thinking it was a strange name for a town, but I figured I'd just pass through, maybe grab some food and be on my way. The town looked off, not in an obvious way at first. The buildings were old, like early 1900s old. Victorian houses with wraparound porches, a general store with a wooden awning, a small church with a white steeple. But everything was in perfect condition. Too perfect, like a movie set. People were walking around in clothes that seemed out of place, women in long skirts and men in suspenders and caps. I assumed it was some kind of historical festival or reenactment. Small towns do that kind of thing, right? I pulled over to check my GPS, but it was completely dead. My phone showed no signal. I tried restarting it, but nothing changed. That's when I noticed a banner stretched across Main Street. 92nd Annual Memory Festival, 3 nights only. I needed gas anyway, so I pulled into this old-fashioned filling station. The pumps looked like relics from the 50s, rounded tops with analog dials, no card readers, no digital displays. A man in overalls was sitting in a rocking chair outside the attached garage, but when I pulled up, he didn't move. "Excuse me," I called out, "is this place still in business?" He didn't even look at me, just kept rocking, staring straight ahead. I tried again, louder this time. Nothing. It was like he couldn't hear me. I was about to leave when someone spoke behind me. "They can't hear you. Not during the festival." I turned around and saw an older woman standing there. She was wearing normal modern clothes, jeans and a flannel shirt, which immediately made her stand out from everyone else I'd seen. "What do you mean they can't hear me?" I asked. "My name's Marion Hayes," she said, ignoring my question. "You're not from around here?" It wasn't a question, but I answered anyway. "No, I'm just passing through. My GPS rerouted me because of an accident on the interstate." She nodded like this was familiar. The town does that sometimes, pulls people in when it needs to. I thought she was just being cryptic for the sake of the festival or whatever was happening, so I played along. "What exactly is the Memory Festival?" Marion sighed and looked around. "Cricket song remembers. 3 nights every year it remembers everyone who ever lived here, everyone who was born here, died here, loved here. They all come back as echoes, memories. They're not real, not exactly. They're just going through the motions of what they once did." I laughed nervously. "That's a pretty elaborate town festival concept." "It's not a concept," she said flatly. "It's what happens. Has been happening for 92 years, since the mine collapse killed most of the men in town. The town couldn't bear to let them go, so it kept them, and then it kept everyone else too." I was getting uncomfortable with her commitment to this weird story. "Look, I just need some gas and directions back to the highway." "The pumps don't work for outsiders during the festival," she said, "and you won't find your way out until morning. Once the sun sets on festival nights, cricket song closes itself off." I was getting annoyed now. "Listen, I appreciate the local color, but I really need to..." That's when I saw her. Across the street, a young woman was walking past the general store. She had dark hair pinned up in a style I'd only seen in old photographs. She was wearing a blue dress with small white flowers on it, but it wasn't her clothes that stopped me cold. It was her face. I knew that face. It was my grandmother. Not as I knew her, the elderly woman who died when I was 15, but young, maybe 20 years old, exactly like the faded photos my mom keeps in an album at home. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. It was impossible. "You recognize someone?" Marion said quietly. I could barely speak. That's my grandmother, Eleanor Chen, but she's young, and she died years ago." Marion grabbed my arm. "Listen to me very carefully. This happens sometimes. People find their way here and see someone they're connected to, but you need to leave. Now, go back across the bridge before sunset." But I couldn't. How could I? My grandmother, young, alive, right in front of me. I had to talk to her. I pulled away from Marion and ran across the street, dodging a horse-drawn cart that the driver didn't even attempt to slow down. "Eleanor," I called out. "Eleanor." She didn't turn around. Just like the man at the gas station, it was like she couldn't hear me. I followed her down the street, calling her name, until she turned and walked up the path to a large Victorian house with blue shutters and a wraparound porch. Marion was suddenly beside me again. "You can't interact with them," she said. "They're not really here. Their memories playing out the same patterns over and over." "Then how are you talking to me?" I demanded. "Why are you different?" "I'm a caretaker, I guess you could say. Someone has to guide the lost ones when they wander in." I wasn't listening anymore. I watched as my grandmother, or whatever this version of her was, opened the front door of the house and went inside. "I have to follow her," I said. Marion grabbed my arm again, harder this time. Daniel Chen, listen to me. I froze. How do you know my name? I never told you my name. The town knows who comes through, it knows who belongs to who. She let go of my arm. If you go in there, you might not come out. Not as yourself. I should have listened. God, I should have listened. But I didn't. I walked up to that house and opened the door without knocking. Inside, it was like stepping into another time completely. Oil lamps cast a warm glow over antique furniture. A record player in the corner was playing some scratchy jazz tune. And there, sitting in a chair by the window, was my grandmother, knitting something blue. A young man walked into the room from what looked like a kitchen. He was carrying 2 cups of tea. He had the same jawline as my dad, the same eyes as my uncle. It was my grandfather, James Chen, who died before I was born. Neither of them acknowledged me as I stood there. They just smiled at each other as he handed her the tea. "Thank you, James," she said softly. "Anything for you, Ellie," he replied. I felt like I was intruding on something intensely private, yet I couldn't look away. These were my grandparents, young and in love, decades before I was born. I don't know how long I stood there watching them. Time felt strange, stretched and compressed at once. Eventually, my grandmother put down her knitting and looked directly at me. Not through me like the others in town. At me. "Daniel," she said. My name in her voice sent chills down my spine. My grandfather continued sipping his tea, staring out the window as if he couldn't hear her speaking to me. "Grandmother," I whispered. She smiled sadly. "Not quite. I'm what Cricket Song remembers of Eleanor Chen. Parts of me are real, parts are what the town needs me to be." I couldn't understand. "What is this place? Why are you here?" "Cricket Song keeps fragments of everyone who lived here," she explained. "It uses us to sustain itself, to remember itself. Some of us are more aware than others." "But you never told me you lived in a place called Cricket Song," I said. "I didn't stay long," she replied. "Your grandfather helped me leave. The town doesn't like losing people, especially during the festival." She stood up and walked to me, her movements fluid, yet somehow not quite natural. "You need to leave before midnight," she said urgently. "The longer you stay, the more the town learns about you, the more it can use to keep you here." "Keep me here? How?" "By showing you what you want to see, by making you question what's real." She took my hand. Hers felt solid, but cold. "James helped me escape years ago. Now I'm helping you. The debt must be paid." She led me to the front door and opened it. Outside, the sun had set and Cricket Song was transformed. The streets were filled with people now, all in period clothing, all moving with that same, not quite natural motion. Lanterns hung from every porch, casting strange shadows. "Stay close to me," Eleanor said. "Don't look them in the eyes. Don't respond if they speak to you." We stepped out onto the porch, and immediately the crowd on the street seemed to sense us. Several heads turned our way. "Eleanor Chen," called a woman in a dark dress. "You know the rules. No one leaves during the festival." My grandmother ignored her and pulled me down the steps. We hurried down the street toward the bridge, but people were beginning to move toward us from all directions. "She's trying to take another one," someone called out. "The Chen girl never learns," said another voice. Their movements became more aggressive, less human. Marion appeared suddenly, blocking our path. "I warned you," she said to me. Then to my grandmother, "Eleanor, you know this isn't allowed." "The debt must be paid," Eleanor repeated firmly. "James freed me. I free his grandson. The circle completes." Marion looked conflicted, then stepped aside. "Hurry," she whispered. We ran the rest of the way to the bridge, the crowd pursuing us but never quite catching up, like they were being held back by some invisible force. At the bridge, Eleanor stopped. "I can't go any further," she said. "This is where the memory ends." Come with me, I pleaded, though I didn't understand why I felt so desperate. She shook her head. I'm not real, Daniel, not in the way you're thinking. The real Eleanor Chen left this place 70 years ago, had children, had grandchildren, died surrounded by family. Behind us, the crowd was getting closer. Go, she urged. Cross the bridge and don't look back until you're on the other side. I did as she said. I ran across that iron bridge, my footsteps echoing hollowly. When I reached the other side, I turned back. Cricket Song was gone. There was nothing beyond the bridge but darkness. No lights, no town, no people, just empty countryside. I drove through the night in a daze, eventually finding my way back to the interstate. My GPS suddenly worked again. My phone had signal. When I finally stopped for gas at a normal, modern station, I noticed a leather-bound journal on my passenger seat that hadn't been there before. The last entry, in my grandmother's handwriting that I recognized from birthday cards, read, "The circle is complete. The debt is paid." And below it, in different handwriting, "Some roads aren't on any map. Some detours last generations. James Chen." I've tried to find Cricket Song since then. I've searched maps, historical records, online forums. Nothing. It's like the town never existed. But I have the journal, and sometimes late at night I swear I can hear the faint sound of crickets singing, even though it's winter now and they should all be gone. Story 15. I still get goosebumps when I think about what happened that night at First Presbyterian. It's been 20 years, but I remember it like it was yesterday. My mum would probably still be mad if she knew I was sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. I've told a few close friends over the years, but they always think I'm making it up or exaggerating. I'm not. I know what I saw. Let me start by saying I was just a normal 9-year-old kid. I wasn't particularly religious or spiritual. My parents made me go to church every Sunday, and I was part of the youth group because that's what kids in our small town did. First Presbyterian was this massive stone building that had been around since 1757. There was literally a cornerstone with the date carved into it. The place had that musty old church smell that's hard to describe, like old hymnals, wood polish, and something else you can't quite put your finger on. Every year our youth group would have a lock-in sometime in October. It was supposed to be fun, games, movies, snacks, staying up late. This particular year, it fell on a Friday night in mid-October. The weather had just started to turn cold, and there was this creepy fog hanging around outside. Perfect horror movie weather, looking back on it now. There were about 15 of us kids there that night, ranging from 8 to 12 years old, plus our youth pastor, Mr. Hemming, and 2 parent volunteers. We spent the evening playing games in the fellowship hall, capture the flag with flashlights, hide and seek, that sort of thing, normal kids stuff. But the thing about First Presbyterian was that it had this massive basement. The main youth room was down there, a big space with couches and a TV, ping pong table, that kind of stuff. But there were also a bunch of smaller rooms down there for Sunday school classes and meetings. And then there was the prayer room. The prayer room was this tiny space, maybe 8 by 10 feet, with an old wooden altar, a small stained glass window high up on the wall, and a couple of wooden pews. It was right next to our youth room, separated by a thin wall. Even during the day, it was dimly lit and kind of eerie. For as long as I can remember, there had been rumors among the kids that the prayer room was haunted. You know how kids are. We'd dare each other to go in there alone, or tell stories about strange noises coming from inside when the room was empty. The older kids would scare us younger ones with tales about people who went in and came out different. I always thought it was just stupid kid stuff, but I was still scared of the place. A couple of weeks before the lock-in, I'd asked Mr. Hemming about the prayer room during Sunday school. I still remember the strange look on his face when I brought it up. "Pastor Hemming, is the prayer room haunted?" I'd asked, half joking but also genuinely curious. He'd paused for a moment, looking uncomfortable. "Daniel, there's no such thing as ghosts," he'd said, but then he'd hesitated. "But, well, I did have a strange experience there once. I thought I saw someone praying one evening when I was locking up. I could see them through the window in the door, kneeling at the altar. But when I unlocked the door to check, the room was empty. He'd quickly changed the subject after that, but his story had stuck with me. If Pastor Hemming, a grown-up who was supposed to know better, had seen something weird, maybe the rumors weren't just made up after all. Anyway, back to the lock-in. After we'd exhausted ourselves with games and stuffed ourselves with pizza and soda, we all set up our sleeping bags in the youth room. It must have been around 1 in the morning when the adults finally got us to settle down. Pastor Hemming was sleeping on a cot by the door to make sure none of us tried to wander around the church unsupervised, and the 2 parents were on air mattresses at the other end of the room. I couldn't sleep. I was on a sugar high from all the soda and candy, and my mind was racing. I kept thinking about the prayer room next door and all the stories I'd heard, and I kept thinking about what Pastor Hemming had told me. As I lay there in my Spider-Man sleeping bag, staring at the ceiling, I made up my mind. I was going to check out the prayer room for myself. I waited until I could hear Pastor Hemming snoring softly. Looking around, I could see that everyone else seemed to be asleep too. Slowly, I unzipped my sleeping bag and slipped out, careful not to make any noise. I had on sweatpants and a t-shirt, and the basement floor was freezing cold against my bare feet, but I didn't dare put on my shoes in case they squeaked. The youth room had an emergency light that cast everything in a dim green glow, just enough to see by. I crept past the sleeping forms of my friends, holding my breath as I tiptoed past Pastor Hemming. The door to the hallway wasn't completely closed, thank goodness, so I didn't have to worry about the sound of the handle turning. I slipped through the gap and found myself in the dark hallway. This is where things started to get weird. The hallway was almost pitch black, with just a faint glow from the exit signs. The air felt different out here, heavier somehow, and colder than the youth room had been. I stood for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness, and tried to get my bearings. The prayer room was just down the hall, maybe 20 feet away. As I stood there, I realized I could hear something, a faint sound coming from that direction. It sounded like whispering. At first I thought maybe it was just the heating system or pipes in the old building, but no, it definitely sounded like someone whispering. I couldn't make out any words, just the hushed, urgent sound of someone speaking very quietly. Every instinct told me to turn around and go back to my sleeping bag, but I was also filled with this weird sense of determination. I'd come this far. I had to see it through. So I started walking slowly down the hallway toward the prayer room, the cold floor sending shivers up through my feet with each step. As I got closer, the whispering got a little louder, though I still couldn't make out any words. It had a strange rhythm to it, almost like someone reciting something from memory. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure it would wake everyone up. Finally, I reached the prayer room door. It was an old wooden door with a small window at eye level, or eye level for an adult anyway. For me, it was a bit higher up. The whispering was definitely coming from inside the room. I reached out for the doorknob and tried to turn it, but it was locked. Of course it was locked. Pastor Hemming always locked it after services on Sunday. I stood on my tiptoes to try to see through the window. It was dark inside, but not completely. There was a faint glow coming through the stained glass window from the streetlight outside. At first, I couldn't see anything unusual, just the altar, the pews, the small table with the Bible on it. But then I saw it. There was someone, or something, kneeling at the altar. A figure with its head bowed, hands clasped in prayer. But here's the thing that made my blood run cold. I could see through it. The figure was translucent, like a person made of smoke or fog. The dim light from the stained glass window was shining right through its body, casting colored patterns on the floor behind it. I gasped and jumped back from the door, my heart practically exploding in my chest. The whispering stopped abruptly. For a second, I just stood there, frozen with fear. Then, against my better judgment, I stood on my tiptoes again and looked back through the window. The room was empty. There was no one there. Nothing at the altar, no shape, no form, nothing, just an empty room. But I knew what I'd seen, and somehow this was even more terrifying than seeing the figure again would have been. I turned and ran. I didn't care about being quiet anymore. I sprinted down that hallway like my life depended on it, which in my 9-year-old mind, it absolutely did. I burst back into the youth room, startling Pastor Hemming awake. "Daniel, what are you doing up?" he asked groggily. "Bathroom," I managed to squeak out, then dashed to my sleeping bag and dove in, zipping it up to my chin like it could protect me from whatever I'd just seen. I didn't sleep a wink the rest of the night. Every noise, every creak of the old building made me jump. I kept imagining that whatever I'd seen in the prayer room was going to come through the wall, or that I'd look up and see it standing over me. I was convinced that it had been watching me waiting for me, and that if I'd stayed a moment longer, it would have come for me. The next morning, as the other kids were waking up and the parents were starting to organize breakfast, I pulled Pastor Hemming aside. "There's something in the prayer room," I whispered, my voice shaking. "I saw it last night." He looked at me with an odd expression, part concern, part recognition. "What did you see, Daniel?" "A person, but not a person. I could see through them. They were praying." Pastor Hemming was quiet for a long moment. "Daniel, you shouldn't have been wandering around alone at night. That's why we have rules." "But I saw something," I insisted, "just like you did." He put his hand on my shoulder. "Daniel, this church has been here for a very long time. Many people have come to pray in that room over the years. People in joy, people in sorrow, people seeking answers. Perhaps sometimes the echoes of those prayers linger longer than we might expect." He never outright confirmed what I saw, but he didn't deny it either, and he made me promise not to tell the other kids or my parents about it. It would just worry them unnecessarily, he said. I kept my promise for the most part. I never told my parents, but of course I told my best friend, Tommy, who told someone else, and soon the rumor mill was in full swing. The prayer room's reputation as a haunted spot was cemented among the church kids. My family moved away from that town when I was 12, so I never had to face that prayer room again. But to this day, I sometimes have dreams about it, about that translucent figure kneeling in prayer, about the sudden silence when it sensed me watching, about the empty room when I looked back. In my dreams, though, something worse always happens. The figure turns its head and looks at me, or it rises and comes toward the door, or I find myself trapped inside the room with it. I've tried researching the history of First Presbyterian over the years. There are the usual church stories. It was used as a hospital during some war. There was a fire in the early 1900s. A pastor died of a heart attack while delivering a sermon in 1962. Nothing that would obviously explain what I saw, but I know what I saw. And I know that the children's rumors about that prayer room weren't just stories. Something was there, is probably still there, kneeling at that altar, whispering prayers that no living person can understand. And sometimes when someone interrupts those prayers, it notices, it stops, it waits, and I can't help but wonder what it's waiting for. Story 16. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years now. I've seen pretty much everything you can imagine on the open road. Crazy weather, idiots cutting me off, animals darting across highways, you name it. But what happened to me on Highway 53 last year, I still can't make sense of it, and I'm not sure I ever will. I'm writing this down because I need to get it out of my system. Maybe someone else has seen something similar. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. All I know is that I haven't driven a truck since, and I wake up in cold sweats most nights. It was November 15th, 2017. I remember the date perfectly because it was my son's birthday, and I'd promised to call him when I got to my hotel for the night. I was hauling automotive parts from Toledo to Winnipeg, a run I'd done dozens of times before. I worked for Heartland Logistics, had a perfect safety record, and knew every inch of my routes. The weather forecast had called for clear skies across Minnesota that night, which was a relief. November can be unpredictable up north, and I'd had my share of white-knuckle drives through early blizzards. I was making good time right on schedule, listening to an audiobook about the Civil War. Nothing unusual. The trouble started around 9:30 that night. I was on Highway 53, about 60 miles south of International Falls. It's a desolate stretch of road, trees on both sides, barely any houses or businesses, just mile after mile of darkness. Normally I'd take Route 71, which runs roughly parallel, but has more truck stops and better cell service. But that night, 71 had construction that would have added 2 hours to my drive, so I took 53. I should mention that about 3 weeks earlier, I'd seen something strange on this same highway. It was just a weird light in the sky, not a plane, not a helicopter, but something that moved wrong. It gave me the creeps so bad that I'd started avoiding Highway 53 when I could. My wife Jennifer had laughed it off, saying I was watching too many sci-fi movies. Maybe she was right. I wish she had been. So there I was, cruising along at about 60 miles per hour. Traffic was almost non-existent. I'd seen maybe 3 cars in the last half hour. The moon was bright that night, illuminating the forest on either side of the highway with this eerie silver glow. I remember thinking it was beautiful in a lonely sort of way. I first noticed the lights in my rearview mirror. At first, I assumed it was just another vehicle way behind me, but something felt off immediately. The lights were too bright, too blue-white, and they weren't bouncing the way headlights do when a car moves over uneven road. They were perfectly steady, like they were floating. I'm not the kind of guy who jumps at shadows. I've driven through the night more times than I can count, but something about those lights made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. They were getting closer, but I couldn't hear an engine. My truck was loud, sure, but you can always hear when another big vehicle is approaching. This was silent. Then the lights started changing. They spread out horizontally like they were widening. That's when I knew for certain this wasn't another vehicle. No headlights do that. I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing my rig to 70, then 75. The speed limit was 55. The lights kept pace easily. Now they were so bright in my mirrors that I had to adjust them. My hands were sweating on the wheel. I tried calling Jennifer. I don't know why, I just needed to hear a human voice. But my phone showed no service. I tried again. Nothing. I even tried 911. No signal at all. Then the lights weren't behind me anymore. They were beside me, keeping pace with my truck, maybe 50 yards away in the forest. I couldn't see any structure holding them, just these brilliant blue-white lights floating among the trees, moving as fast as my truck. I'm not ashamed to say I was scared out of my mind at this point. I grabbed my CB radio to see if any other truckers were in the area, just static. I flipped through every channel. Nothing but white noise, louder than it should have been, almost pulsing. That's when the temperature in the cab started dropping. I had the heat on full blast. Minnesota in November, right? But suddenly I could see my breath. The windshield began to fog, then frost. In seconds, not minutes, seconds. The temperature gauge on my dashboard was going crazy, dropping from 72 degrees to the 50s, then the 40s, then the 30s. I was shivering uncontrollably. The lights were moving again, this time crossing the road ahead of me. They stretched across the highway like a wall of light, growing brighter and brighter. I hit the brakes instinctively. My truck shuddered, but I managed to pull onto the shoulder without jackknifing. The entire cab was vibrating. The dashboard lights flickered and my headlights dimmed, then brightened, then dimmed again. I grabbed my logbook and started writing. It's procedure when something happens, and I guess I was on autopilot. Unusual oncoming lights on highway, not matching any vehicle I've seen, pulling over to let it pop. That's when the light outside became blinding. I couldn't finish writing. It was like high noon in the middle of the night, but all wrong. This blue-white light that hurt my eyes and seemed to penetrate right through the windshield. The frost on the glass was spreading in these bizarre crystalline patterns I'd never seen before. The engine was still running, but the heat wasn't working anymore. The temperature in the cab had plummeted to 28 degrees according to the dash, and I was shaking so hard I could barely think. All my electronics were going haywire. The radio was scanning through stations on its own. My phone was turning on and off. The truck's electrical system was surging. The lights outside were so bright now that I couldn't see anything beyond them. Then I heard it. Not with my ears exactly. It was like a sound inside my head. A high-pitched whine that made my teeth hurt and my vision blur. I pressed my hands against my ears, but it didn't help at all. The sound was coming from inside me somehow. I remember pressing my hand against the window, trying to see outside, pressing so hard the window should have broken. I was terrified, but also curious. That sounds crazy, but it's true. Part of me wanted to know what was making those lights. I don't remember deciding to get out of the truck. I remember unbuckling my seatbelt. I remember opening the door. The cold hit me like a physical blow. It was way colder outside than it should have been, way colder than the weather report had predicted. I stepped down onto the gravel shoulder, my legs shaking. The light was everywhere now. I couldn't see the road, the trees, even my truck. Just light, and that sound in my head was getting louder, more insistent. It felt like it was pulling me forward. I took another step, and another. I think I counted 7 steps before... Look, this is where things get hard to explain. The light changed. It wasn't just around me anymore, it was moving through me. I could feel it inside my body like electricity, but not painful. More like being filled with something. My skin felt like it was buzzing. The sound in my head had become a language, but not one I could understand with words. I understood it differently, with some part of my brain I didn't know existed. The next thing I clearly remember is waking up. I was lying on my back in a clearing I'd never seen before, staring up at the stars. It was still night, but the strange lights were gone. Just normal stars. I was freezing, covered in frost, like I'd been outside for hours. My watch had stopped at 9:47 p.m. I sat up, disoriented and terrified. The clearing was circular, maybe 30 feet across, surrounded by pine trees. The ground beneath me was wrong. The soil and pine needles were arranged in geometric patterns that didn't look natural. When I stood up, I realized my Heartland Logistics cap was missing. My clothes were all intact, but covered in that same crystalline frost that had been on my windshield. I had no idea where I was. My truck was nowhere in sight. No road, no lights, nothing but forest. I started walking in what I hoped was the direction of Highway 53, but I had no compass, no phone. It was gone too. Nothing to guide me. I walked for what felt like hours. Eventually, I came across a logging road and followed it until I reached a small gas station just after dawn. The attendant looked at me like I was a ghost when I stumbled in, half frozen and babbling about lights on Highway 53. The police came, then the state troopers. They told me my truck had been found, exactly where I'd pulled over, engine still running, hazard lights on. They'd been searching for me for 3 days. 3 days. I lost 3 days of my life. They showed me pictures of my truck. The windshield was covered in that strange crystalline residue. There was a perfect handprint on the driver's side window. My handprint, pressed from the inside with such force that they initially thought the glass would be broken. And outside the truck, my footprints led about 7 feet from the driver's door and then stopped, like I'd vanished in mid-stride. The cops had a lot of questions. So did the people from Heartland Logistics. So did Jennifer and my kids. I don't have answers for them. I don't have answers for myself. I found out later that other people saw something that night. A woman driving north saw blue-white lights following my truck. A guy behind me saw what he described as concentrated lightning on the highway. I haven't driven a truck since then. I can't. I have nightmares about those lights, about that sound in my head. Sometimes I wake up with that same frost on my bedroom windows, even in summer. Jennifer says I sleepwalk now, which I never did before. Sometimes she finds me standing in our backyard in the middle of the night, staring up at the sky. 2 months after it happened, a forestry worker found my cap hanging from a tree branch, 12 feet off the ground, almost 3 miles from where my truck had been found. It wasn't weathered or damaged at all, despite having been outdoors during a Minnesota winter. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I'm not sure I would believe it myself if it hadn't happened to me. All I know is that something found me on Highway 53 that night. Something not from here. And sometimes, when I look up at the night sky, I get the feeling it's not finished with me yet. Story 17. I've always been able to see things that others couldn't. Ever since I was a little girl growing up in Singapore, spirits would appear to me. Sometimes just shadows in the corner of my eye. Other times, full apparitions looking as real as any living person. My grandmother used to say I had the gift, but most of the time it felt more like a curse. I never thought my ability would lead me to literally crossing over to the other side. But that's exactly what happened, and I'm still trying to make sense of it all. It was back in 2013 when my life fell apart. I discovered my husband of 8 years had been having an affair with his colleague. I found text messages on his phone, intimate conversations and plans they'd made together while I was working late shifts at the hospital. The betrayal cut deeper than anything I'd ever experienced. This man who promised to love me forever had been living a double life right under my nose. The divorce was ugly. He denied everything at first, then blamed me for being cold and distant. Maybe I was. My job as a nurse was demanding, and dealing with my gift was exhausting. Still, I never thought he would cheat. After the divorce was finalized, I spiraled into the darkest depression. I couldn't eat or sleep. I lost 15 kilograms in 2 months. My apartment became a prison, and the spirits that had always lingered at the edges of my perception seemed to grow stronger, feeding off my negative energy. I tried to end my life 3 times that year. The first time, I took a handful of sleeping pills, but my sister found me and rushed me to the hospital. The second time, I stood at the edge of my balcony on the 18th floor, but couldn't bring myself to jump. The third time, I cut my wrists in the bathtub, but the cuts weren't deep enough. Looking back, I think something was stopping me, something beyond my understanding. My sister, Hui Min, refused to give up on me. She took me to temples, to psychiatrists, to Buddhist centers, anywhere she thought might help. Most days, I just went through the motions to please her. Nothing seemed to touch the void inside me. In June of 2014, she convinced me to take a ferry with her to Batam, an Indonesian island just a short distance from Singapore. There was a Taoist temple there with a famous spirit medium who she believed could help me. The temple was tucked away in a quiet area, surrounded by lush vegetation. The air was thick with incense, and the sound of chanting filled my ears as we entered. The spirit medium was an old man with a weathered face and bright, piercing eyes. When he looked at me, I felt like he could see every dark corner of my soul. He performed rituals over me, chanting and burning paper offerings. He placed his hands on my head and shoulders, and I felt a strange warmth flow through me. Before we left, he gave me a small red pouch containing something that rattled when I moved it. He told me never to open it, just to keep it close, especially during the 7th lunar month, what we Chinese call the Hungry Ghost Month, when the veil between worlds is thinnest. I didn't feel any different after the visit, but I kept the pouch tucked in my pocket, mostly to please Hui Min. I continued my therapy sessions and started volunteering at an animal shelter on weekends. Slowly, I began to feel small fragments of joy again. Not happiness, exactly, but moments when the weight seemed a little lighter. Then came the first day of the Hungry Ghost Month in 2014. I remember it was a Tuesday. The air felt different that day, heavier, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. I've always been sensitive to the shift that happens during this month, when it's believed that the gates of the underworld open and spirits roam freely among the living. But this felt different, more intense. I went to bed early that night, exhausted from a long shift at the hospital. The red pouch from the spirit medium was under my pillow where I'd taken to keeping it. I fell asleep almost instantly, which was unusual for me, given my persistent insomnia. What happened next still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I woke up, or at least I thought I did, in a strange landscape. Everything was in black and white, like an old photograph. The air was misty, and there was a smell I can't quite describe. Not putrid, but not pleasant either, like wet earth and something metallic. I found myself standing at the edge of a vast body of water. It wasn't the sea as I know it. It was completely still, like glass, reflecting the gray sky above. In front of me stretched a wooden bridge, so long I couldn't see the end of it. It was narrow, just wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. On this bridge were people, dozens of them, all walking slowly in the same direction away from me. They were dressed in white, simple garments that looked like funeral clothes. None of them spoke or looked around. They just kept walking, their movements mechanical. I felt compelled to join them. It didn't occur to me to question what was happening or where I was. I just stepped onto the bridge and began walking. As I walked, I noticed that some people carried small bags or containers. A woman next to me held what looked like a plastic bag with a fish inside. When I asked her what it was for, she turned to me with empty eyes and said, "For release, we're going to release them." In Singapore, there's a Buddhist practice called Fang Sheng, where people release fish or other animals to gain good karma. But something about this felt wrong, distorted. I kept walking, and the bridge seemed endless. My feet began to ache, but stopping didn't feel like an option. Everyone moved forward like they were being pulled by an invisible force. After what felt like hours, I glanced over the side of the bridge and saw something that made my heart stop. In the water below, there were naked people, or what looked like people, floating just beneath the surface. Their eyes were open, staring upward, but they didn't seem to be drowning. They were just existing there, under the water, their bodies gently swaying with imperceptible currents. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I wanted to run, but my legs kept moving forward at the same steady pace. In the distance, I saw small boats on the water. In one of them stood a monk in orange robes, the only color in this black and white world. He was tossing something into the water, and where the objects landed, ripples spread outward. As his boat came closer to the bridge, I could see he was throwing lotus seeds into the water. Wherever a seed touched the surface, a lotus flower bloomed instantly, full and pink against the gray backdrop. Suddenly, the monk looked up and our eyes met. His expression changed from serene to alarmed. He pointed at me and shouted something I couldn't hear. Then, in a moment that defied all logic, he jumped from his boat toward the bridge. As he fell, something incredible happened. The paper offerings that people on the bridge had been carrying, joss paper, spirit money meant for ancestors, began to transform. They flew from people's hands and formed a swirling cloud beneath the falling monk. Before my eyes, they took the shape of lotus flowers, creating a floating platform that caught him before he hit the water. The monk floated upward on this lotus platform until he was level with the bridge. He reached out and grabbed my wrist. His touch burned like fire, and I heard him say clearly, "You don't belong here. Go back now, or you may never return." Everything began to spin around me. The bridge, the people, the water with its floating bodies. It all blurred together. The monk's grip on my wrist tightened, becoming painfully hot. I woke up with a gasp in my own bed, drenched in sweat. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The strangest part? There was a red mark around my wrist, exactly where the monk had grabbed me in my dream. I convinced myself it was just a nightmare, a product of my grief, depression, and the cultural associations of the Hungry Ghost Month. Maybe I'd scratched myself in my sleep, or the bracelet I wore had left a mark. A week later, still shaken by the experience, I visited a fortune teller my aunt had recommended. I didn't tell her about my dream, just that I was having trouble sleeping. As she read my palm, her expression grew serious. "You crossed over recently," she said, looking into my eyes. "You walked on Naihei Bridge, the bridge of helplessness that souls cross on their way to reincarnation." My blood ran cold. I hadn't mentioned my dream to anyone. "Those who are alive should never walk that bridge," she continued. "If you complete the crossing, your soul stays in the underworld while your body becomes an empty shell here. You were saved by a guardian spirit, a monk who recognized you didn't belong there." She explained that in my depressed state, my soul had begun to detach from my body. During the Hungry Ghost Month, when the barrier between worlds is weakest, I had actually crossed over to the underworld. Had I not been pulled back, I might never have returned. The red pouch from the Taoist medium had protected me, she said. It contained blessed items that anchored my soul to the living world, preventing me from completing the crossing. I don't know if I believe everything she told me. part of me still wants to rationalize it as just a vivid dream influenced by Chinese folklore and my own suicidal thoughts. But the mark on my wrist, which took days to fade, makes me wonder. What I do know is that after that experience, something changed in me. The crushing depression began to lift. I started volunteering at a hospice, helping those transitioning between life and death. I became more devoted to Buddhist practices, particularly those focused on compassion and mindfulness. I still see spirits sometimes, but they don't frighten me as they once did. I've come to see my ability as a responsibility rather than a curse. Sometimes at night, I dream of that black and white world and the endless bridge, but I never step onto it anymore. Instead, I stand at the shore and watch as the monk in his boat tosses lotus seeds into the water, creating blooms of color in that gray realm. I don't know what exactly happened to me that night during the Hungry Ghost Month, but I know it changed me forever. I've learned that the boundary between life and death is thinner than most people realize, and having walked that boundary, I've gained a deeper appreciation for the life I almost lost. Story 18. I've never told this story outside my immediate family, and even they don't fully believe me. It happened when I was 13 years old, and I still get chills thinking about it 20 years later. Summer break had just started, and my parents had shipped me off to my grandparents' cattle farm in rural Oklahoma like they did every year. Usually I loved these visits. 400 acres of land to explore, fishing in the pond, helping feed the cattle. My grandpa would let me drive the tractor sometimes, which made me feel grown up, but that summer changed everything for me. My grandparents' property was seriously isolated. The nearest neighbor was about 3 miles away, and my cousins lived about a mile down the road from where my grandma's property began. No cell service, spotty landline connection, just endless pastures, woods, and dirt roads stretching out in every direction. At night, it was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face unless the moon was full. This particular day started off completely normal. It was hot, that heavy, sticky Oklahoma summer heat that makes your clothes cling to your skin. My grandma had made blueberry pancakes for breakfast, and I remember my grandpa talking about how we needed rain badly because the pastures were turning brown. Around noon, I got bored of helping my grandpa fix fence posts and asked if I could go meet my cousins, Jake and Tyler, who I'd arranged to hang out with earlier. "Be back before dark," my grandpa said, not even looking up from the post he was hammering. "And stay on the road, you hear? No shortcuts through Miller's property." I promised, and started walking down the long dirt driveway that led from their farmhouse to the main dirt road. I wasn't worried about the walk. I'd done it plenty of times before. It was about a 20-minute walk to where I was supposed to meet my cousins, and I had my Walkman with me. Yeah, I'm dating myself here. The road was lined with thick woods on one side and open pasture on the other. I remember kicking up little clouds of dust with my sneakers as I walked, listening to Green Day and not really paying attention to my surroundings. About halfway to the meeting spot, my batteries died. I stuffed my headphones in my pocket and kept walking in silence, suddenly aware of how quiet it was out there. No cars, no people, just the occasional distant moo from a cow and cicadas buzzing in the trees. That's when the air changed. It's hard to explain, but it was like someone had suddenly turned up the pressure. My ears felt like they needed to pop, and the hair on my arms stood up. The temperature seemed to drop by about 10 degrees in seconds, which made no sense in the middle of an Oklahoma summer day. I stopped walking and looked around, confused. Nothing seemed different, but everything felt wrong. That's when I saw it. About 50 yards ahead of me on the road, something moved. At first, I thought it was a person crossing from the woods to the pasture side. But as I focused on it, I realized it wasn't moving right. It was shaped like a human, head, torso, arms, legs, but completely black. Not like someone wearing black clothes. Black like a hole in reality, like if you could give a shadow a three-dimensional form. It moved with a speed that made my stomach drop. 1 second it was on the left side of the road, the next it was already 3/4 of the way across. Not running or walking, just moving impossibly fast, like a video with frames missing. Then it disappeared into the tall grass on the pasture side. I froze. My body literally would not move. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I couldn't even call out or scream. My throat had closed up completely. Time seemed to stretch out forever as I stood there, trying to process what I'd just seen. Was it a person? No way. People don't move like that, and people aren't completely black like that. Was it a shadow? From what? There were no clouds in the sky, no planes overhead, nothing that could have cast a shadow that moved independently. I don't know how long I stood there, maybe 30 seconds, maybe 5 minutes. Eventually, I became aware of voices coming from up ahead. My cousins were walking toward me from the direction of their house. They were laughing about something, completely normal, completely unaware. When they spotted me standing frozen in the middle of the road, Jake called out, "Hey, what are you doing? We've been waiting at the fence post for like 20 minutes. I couldn't find my voice at first. When I finally spoke, it came out as a croak. "Did you see that?" "See what?" Tyler asked, looking around. My words tumbled out in a rush as I described the shadow figure I'd seen cross the road. As I was talking, their expressions changed from confusion to something else, amusement maybe, or concern. "Oh yeah," Jake said a little too quickly. "We saw something black run across the road a few minutes ago, probably just a coyote or something." Tyler nodded, but neither of them seemed genuinely concerned or surprised. They were lying. I knew it immediately. They hadn't seen anything. They were just trying to make me feel better, or maybe they thought I was making it up. "That wasn't a coyote," I insisted. "It was shaped like a person, but all black, and it moved wrong." "Listen," Jake said, putting his arm around my shoulders. "This road gets weird sometimes. Grandpa says it's because of how the heat rises off the pavement, makes you see things that aren't there. But this was a dirt road. There was no pavement, and it hadn't been a mirage or heat wave. I knew what I saw." We spent the rest of the afternoon fishing at their pond, but I couldn't focus. I kept looking over my shoulder, scanning the tree line. Jake and Tyler kept trying to change the subject whenever I brought up the shadow figure, making jokes about me seeing ghosts or being scared of my own shadow. Around 4 o'clock, dark clouds started rolling in, and my Aunt Martha called us in for an early dinner before the storm hit. I remember sitting at their kitchen table, pushing mashed potatoes around my plate, barely listening to the conversation around me. All I could think about was that figure and how wrong it had felt. "You okay, Caleb?" Aunt Martha asked, noticing I'd barely touched my food. "You're not coming down with something, are you?" Before I could answer, Tyler jumped in. He thinks he saw a ghost on the road earlier. Everyone laughed, including my Uncle Rick, who launched into a story about the haunted Miller property next door and how the old man who used to live there supposedly still wandered the fields at night. But they were talking about a ghost, a dead person. What I'd seen wasn't a ghost, it was something else entirely. The storm hit while we were finishing dinner, a real Oklahoma thunderstorm with lightning that lit up the whole sky and thunder that shook the windows. Uncle Rick offered to drive me home so I wouldn't have to walk in the rain, but for some reason the thought of being on that road again, even in a car, made my stomach knot up. "I'll just call Grandma and stay the night," I suggested, trying to sound casual. Aunt Martha gave me a strange look. "Since when are you afraid of a little storm? You used to love watching the lightning." I didn't have a good answer, so I ended up in Uncle Rick's pickup truck, heading back down that same dirt road, now turned to mud in the downpour. The windshield wipers couldn't keep up with the rain, and visibility was terrible. Lightning flashed, illuminating the fields and woods in stark white light every few seconds. "So what's this about seeing something on the road?" Uncle Rick asked, eyes still on the muddy path ahead. I hesitated, then told him everything. The pressure change, the cold spot, the impossible movement of the figure. To my surprise, he didn't laugh or dismiss it. "Your grandpa's family has been on this land for generations," he said after I finished. "There are stories, things people have seen out here that don't make sense." My heart started beating faster. What kind of things? Uncle Rick was quiet for a moment, just the sound of rain hammering on the roof of the truck and the wipers squeaking across the glass. "Things that don't belong," he finally said. "Things that watch from the woods. My daddy used to say some places have thin spots where things can slip through from somewhere else." A flash of lightning lit up the road ahead, and for a split second I thought I saw something standing at the edge of the woods, that same black silhouette. I gasped, and Uncle Rick slammed on the brakes, the truck sliding slightly in the mud. "What? What is it?" he demanded, peering through the rain-streaked windshield. "There!" I pointed, but when the next lightning flash came, there was nothing there, just trees and rain. Uncle Rick let out a slow breath and put the truck back in gear. "Listen to me, Caleb. Some things are better left alone. If you see something like that again, you turn around and you walk the other way. You understand me? Don't look at it, don't call out to it, just leave." We didn't speak for the rest of the drive. When we pulled up to my grandparents' house, he grabbed my arm before I could get out. "Don't tell your grandma about this. She doesn't like these stories." I nodded, confused and scared, and ran through the rain to the porch where my grandma was waiting with a towel. That night, I barely slept. Every time lightning flashed, I'd sit up and look at the window, half expecting to see a black figure standing there watching me. I kept thinking about what Uncle Rick had said about thin spots and things that watch from the woods. The next morning, I tried to ask my grandpa about it while we were feeding the cattle, but he shut me down immediately. "Don't go filling your head with nonsense," he said gruffly. "This land's been good to our family. Nothing out there means us harm if we leave it be." But he didn't say there was nothing out there. I spent the rest of that summer avoiding being alone outside, especially near the woods. I made excuses not to walk to my cousin's house, and when I did go, I begged for a ride. I kept seeing things out of the corner of my eye, flickers of movement just at the edge of my vision that would be gone when I turned to look. 20 years later, I still think about that day on the dirt road. I've researched similar encounters, read about shadow people and interdimensional beings. None of the explanations fully fit what I saw. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if my cousins hadn't appeared when they did. Would the figure have shown itself again? Would it have approached me? I've never gone back to that specific stretch of road, even though I still visit my grandparents' farm every few years. Some part of me is afraid of seeing it again, but another part, a part I don't like to acknowledge, is afraid I won't see it, that it was a once-in-a-lifetime glimpse of something beyond our understanding, and I'll spend the rest of my life wondering what it was and why it chose to reveal itself to me that day. Whatever it was, it changed me. I know now that the world isn't just what we can see and touch. There's something else out there, watching from the edges, moving in ways that defy explanation. And sometimes, when the conditions are just right, the barrier between our world and theirs becomes thin enough to catch a glimpse of what's on the other side. Story 19. I've been driving trucks for 22 years. Never had an incident worth mentioning beyond the usual flat tires and occasional fender bender in a truck stop. I've seen a lot of weird shit on the road. Hell, any long-haul driver has stories, but nothing that kept me up at night until last August. I was doing a routine haul for Southwestern Freight, taking restaurant equipment from Santa Fe to Vegas. I'd done this route dozens of times before. The stretch through Arizona on US 93 is boring as hell, just miles of desert and mountains shimmering in the heat. Normally I'd just crank my podcasts and zone out, counting the hours until my next break. About 3 weeks before it happened, I saw something strange while driving that same route at night. It was around 2 in the morning, that dead time when your mind plays tricks on you. Off in the distance, maybe half a mile from the highway, I saw what looked like a structure. It was geometric, with sharp edges, almost like a massive crystal sticking out of the desert floor. The weird part was it seemed to be glowing, not reflecting light, but generating it somehow, a soft blue-white luminescence. I blinked and it was gone. Figured I was just tired. A week later, same route, same area. I saw it again. This time it lasted longer, maybe 10 seconds. I even slowed down a bit, which you're not supposed to do on that stretch at night. It was definitely there, this massive crystalline thing jutting out of the desert where nothing should be. No construction site, no mining operation, nothing on any map I'd ever seen. I mentioned it to a couple other drivers at a stop in Kingman. Most laughed it off, but one guy, older driver named Pete, got real quiet. Said he'd seen something similar but wouldn't talk about it. Just told me to stick to the highway and keep moving. I decided I'd bring my camera next time. Not the crappy one on my phone, but my actual digital camera I use for landscape photography. Kind of a hobby of mine. If I saw it again, I'd have proof. August 7th started like any other day. Clear skies, temperature in the high 80s, light traffic. I was making good time. Around 4 in the afternoon, I was approaching that same stretch of US 93. The sun was still high, and I wasn't even thinking about that strange structure. Then I saw it. It wasn't off in the distance this time. It was right there, maybe 200 yards from the highway in broad daylight. A massive geometric structure like interlocking crystals the size of office buildings, with surfaces that seemed to both reflect the sunlight and emit their own bluish glow. It was beautiful and terrifying at the same time. The weirdest part, no one else seemed to notice it. Cars and trucks were just driving past like it wasn't even there. I remember gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. My first instinct was to grab my camera, but it was packed in my duffel in the sleeper area. I couldn't reach it while driving. That's when I noticed a turnout ahead on the right. Without really thinking it through, I signaled and pulled off. I remember writing in my logbook, "Unusual mirage-like structure visible from highway, pulling off to investigate. Standard procedure if you're stopping unexpectedly." As soon as I parked and cut the engine, I felt a strange pressure in my ears, like when you're driving up a mountain, but we were in a valley. I grabbed my camera and stepped out of the cab. The air felt different, charged somehow, like just before a lightning storm. I took a few steps toward the hiking path that led in the direction of the structure. I could still see it clearly, shimmering in the afternoon heat, but somehow it looked both closer and farther away than it had from the highway, which makes no sense. I started walking toward it, camera in hand. The path was well worn, probably used by hikers, with loose rocks and sand. I remember being careful with my footing. The last thing I needed was a twisted ankle out here. About 50 yards from the truck, I stopped to take a picture. That's when my camera went dead. Brand new battery, charged it the night before, but the screen just went black. I tried turning it off and on, nothing. At the same time, I noticed my watch had stopped. It read 4:17 p.m. I looked up at the structure again, and it seemed to pulse like it was breathing. The air around it wavered, not like normal heat distortion, but in rhythmic waves, and it was making a sound, not loud, but a low humming that I felt more than heard, vibrating in my chest cavity. Suddenly I felt cold, not just cool, but freezing cold. In the middle of the Arizona desert in August, my breath was fogging in front of my face. It made absolutely no sense. The temperature must have dropped 50 degrees in seconds. That's when I noticed the silence, complete and absolute silence. No wind, no distant traffic noise from the highway, no birds, nothing. It was like someone had pressed mute on the entire world. I wanted to run back to my truck, but I couldn't move. Not paralyzed exactly, more like disconnected. Like my brain was sending signals to my legs, but they weren't receiving. I just stood there, freezing, watching as the structure seemed to expand and contract. Then everything went sideways. The structure suddenly looked like it was folding in on itself, collapsing and expanding simultaneously in ways that shouldn't be physically possible. Colors I can't even describe rippled across its surface. The humming got louder, more intense, until it was all I could feel. I experienced a sensation I can only describe as being pulled in multiple directions at once, not just physically, but like my consciousness was being stretched. For a split second, I could see everything. The highway, my truck, the desert, but also other places I didn't recognize, places that couldn't exist on Earth. Then came the light. Not from the structure, but from above. A perfect vertical column of intense white light slammed down from the sky directly onto the structure. No sound, no thunder, just light. It lasted maybe 3 seconds. When it vanished, the structure was gone. Just gone. The desert was empty, like it had never been there. The cold disappeared instantly. The pressure in my ears popped. Sound came rushing back. Wind, distant traffic, the buzz of insects. My watch started ticking again, but the time was wrong. It read 4:34 p.m. Somehow, 17 minutes had passed in what felt like seconds. I stood there for a long time trying to process what had happened. My camera was working again, but when I checked, there were no photos, not just of the structure. All my photos were gone, the memory card completely wiped. I felt dizzy and disoriented. My thoughts were foggy, like I was drunk or sleep deprived. I decided to head back to my truck. That's when things get really hazy. I remember walking, but the path seemed longer than before. The desert looked different somehow. The colors more vibrant, the shadows deeper. I must have blacked out at some point. Next thing I remember, I was standing on a rocky ledge, looking down at a valley I didn't recognize. My Southwestern freight cap was in my hands, and the metal company logo was distorted, almost melted, but it wasn't hot to the touch. I had no idea how I got there or how long I'd been walking. The sun was lower, but still above the horizon. My phone was dead. I tried to get my bearings, figure out which direction the highway was, but nothing looked familiar. I started walking what I thought was east, hoping to hit the highway eventually. The terrain was rough, all rocks and scrub brush. My work boots aren't made for hiking, and my feet were killing me after a while. Night fell faster than I expected. The temperature dropped. Not like that unnatural cold from before, but normal desert night cold. I kept walking, using the stars to navigate. Eventually, I saw headlights in the distance. The highway. It took me another hour to reach it. When I finally stumbled onto the shoulder, I was completely exhausted. A trucker stopped, Gary from Allied Transport. He didn't believe my story about investigating a structure, thought I was on drugs or having a breakdown. Can't blame him, really. He called the state troopers. When they arrived, they were suspicious too. My truck was found parked neatly in a turnout about 3 miles from where Gary picked me up. They found footprints leading from my truck toward a hiking path, but claimed they just disappeared on a flat rock about 50 yards out. They impounded my truck and took me to a hospital in Kingman. The doctors found nothing wrong with me physically, but recommended a psychiatric evaluation. My boss at Southwestern was furious. I was suspended pending investigation. The weirdest part? The clock in my truck showed I'd been gone for less than 20 minutes. But according to the trooper who found me, I'd been missing for almost 6 hours. I've lost my job. Southwestern has banned drivers from deviating from routes in that area. Nobody believes what I saw. They think I had some kind of episode, maybe heat stroke or a mental breakdown. But I know what I saw. That structure wasn't natural. The cold, the light, the missing time, none of it makes any sense. I've been back to that stretch of highway twice since then, in my personal vehicle. Nothing, just empty desert. I don't know what happened out there. I don't know if it was something extraterrestrial, interdimensional, or something else entirely. But I'm not crazy, and I wasn't hallucinating. Something happened to me on US 93 that day, something I can't explain. The only physical evidence I have is my company cap with the partially melted insignia. Metallurgists at ASU said it would take temperatures over 1,000 degrees to do that kind of damage to the metal, yet the fabric around it is untouched. They have no explanation. I still have nightmares about that structure, about the cold, about the stretching sensation. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, certain I can hear that low humming again. And sometimes, just for a split second when I first open my eyes, my bedroom looks like somewhere else entirely. Story 20. I've never shared this with anyone outside of my family, but I need to get it off my chest. Living in that house in Willowbrook changed all of us, and I still can't make sense of what happened there. We moved to Willowbrook when I was 6. From day one, that house felt wrong. I couldn't explain it then, I was just a kid, but there was something about it that made my skin crawl. My bedroom was the worst. The corner by the closet always seemed darker than the rest of the room, even with all the lights on. I started this weird habit of repeating, "There's no such thing as monsters," over and over until I fell asleep. Mom thought it was just childhood imagination, but it was the only way I could close my eyes in that room. Things changed when my little brother Ryan was born. I was 8 then, and for a while, everything seemed normal. My parents converted my old bedroom into Ryan's nursery, and I moved to the bigger room across the hall. I was actually relieved to get out of there, though I never told anyone why. When Ryan was about 3, the real nightmare began. He started having these episodes in the middle of the night, not normal nightmares, but full-on terror. I remember the first time it happened. His screams woke the whole house up. I ran to his room with Mom, and he was standing on his bed, backed against the wall, pointing at the corner where my closet used to be. The man! The man!" he kept screaming. "He's making fire. He's trying to burn everything." Mom tried to calm him down, telling him there was nobody there, but Ryan was inconsolable. His little face was bright red, tears streaming down his cheeks. He was hyperventilating so badly I thought he might pass out. The weird thing was, he kept staring at that corner like he could see something we couldn't. The only thing that calmed him down was when Mom put on his favorite show, Fireman Sam. As soon as the theme song started playing, Ryan's breathing slowed down. He curled up in Mom's lap, still whimpering, but the hysteria stopped. We all slept in the living room that night. We thought it was just a one-time thing, but it kept happening. 2 or 3 times a week, Ryan would wake up screaming about the man in the corner who was trying to burn things. Mom eventually took him to a child psychologist who said it was probably night terrors, but I knew better. I'd felt something in that room for years. What really freaked us out was when Mom started letting Ryan sleep in her room, thinking he'd feel safer there. But even in her room, he'd wake up terrified. He'd point to her bedroom corner and scream about the man. Sometimes he'd say there were bugs crawling all over the floor, hundreds of them, even though there was nothing there. He'd stand on the bed, refusing to put his feet down, crying that the bugs would get him. I remember one morning, after a particularly bad night, Ryan was eating cereal at the kitchen table, completely normal, like nothing had happened. Mom asked him about the man he saw, trying to sound casual. Ryan just shrugged and said, "He doesn't like us being here. This was his house first." Mom dropped her coffee mug. It shattered on the kitchen floor, and neither of us moved to clean it up. Ryan just kept eating his cereal. For a couple of years after that, things calmed down a bit. Ryan still had occasional nightmares, but the episodes became less frequent. We started to think maybe he was growing out of it. Maybe it really had just been night terrors. Then when I was 12, Mom had her own experience. I remember her shaking me awake early one morning, her face pale and drawn. "Sophia, did you come into my room last night?" she asked, her voice trembling. I told her no. I'd been asleep all night. She sat on the edge of my bed and told me what happened. She'd woken up around 3 in the morning to the sound of someone breathing heavily in her ear. At first, she thought it was Ryan, having crawled into her bed after a nightmare. But when she reached out, no one was there. She remembered that Ryan was at his dad's house that weekend. The breathing continued, right against her ear, like someone was standing over her bed. She said she could feel the warmth of it on her skin. When she finally got the courage to turn on the lamp, there was nobody there, but the room felt ice cold. The next day, I came home from school to find Mom burning sage in her bedroom. She'd gone to some new age shop in town and bought a whole bunch of spiritual cleansing stuff. I remember making fun of her a little, asking if she was trying to cook dinner in her bedroom. She didn't laugh. "There's something in this house, Sophia," she said. "I don't know what it is, but I don't think we're alone here." I played it cool, but secretly I was relieved someone else finally felt it too. About a month later, I got really sick with tonsillitis. I had to stay home from school for a week. Mom couldn't take time off work, so I was home alone during the day. I was 13 then, old enough to take care of myself, but being alone in that house was torture. On the second day of being homesick, I was sitting in my bed playing The Sims on my laptop. It was around noon, bright daylight outside. I remember that clearly because what happened next was so much worse because of how normal everything seemed. I was just building a house in the game when suddenly the air around me changed. It's hard to explain, but it was like a bubble formed around my head. The sound in the room became muffled, and there was this pressure in my ears, like when you're underwater. Then I heard it. Deep, heavy breathing right in my right ear. Not threatening or aggressive, just there. Like someone was standing right next to my bed, leaning over to look at my computer screen. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. The breathing continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Then I felt something. Not quite a touch, more like the displacement of air as something moved past my ear. I slammed my laptop shut and ran downstairs so fast I nearly fell. I spent the rest of the day on the living room couch with all the lights on and the TV blaring. When Mom came home, I told her what happened. She believed me instantly, which somehow made it worse. She didn't even try to come up with a rational explanation. The next day, the same thing happened again. This time I was in the kitchen making soup. The bubble feeling came first, then the breathing in my ear. I dropped the spoon and ran outside to the backyard. I stood there in the cold for almost an hour until our neighbor saw me and called Mom at work. That night, Mom saged the entire house. She went room to room waving this smoking bundle of herbs, reciting some prayers she'd found online. Ryan and I followed her, opening windows to let the negative energy out. I felt stupid doing it, but I was desperate enough to try anything. For a few weeks after that, things seemed better. The house felt lighter somehow. Ryan slept through the night. Mom stopped looking over her shoulder constantly. I started to think maybe the sage thing had actually worked. Then my grandmother came to visit. She brought me this special mug she'd found at a craft fair, a fancy ceramic one that was supposed to be heat resistant. I was sitting at the kitchen table with her and Mom when I stupidly said, "I think the ghosts are finally gone." The words had barely left my mouth when the new mug, which was sitting empty on the counter, suddenly shattered. Not just cracked, but exploded into pieces like someone had taken a hammer to it. We all jumped. My grandmother started crossing herself even though she wasn't particularly religious. The weirdest part was that no one had touched it. Mom had just taken it out of the box and set it on the counter. She hadn't even filled it with water yet. The three of us just stared at each other, nobody wanting to say what we were all thinking. We moved out of that house about 6 months later. Mom claimed it was because we needed more space, but I knew the real reason. Whatever was in that house, it wasn't going away. Years later, when I was in college, Mom finally told me something she'd been keeping secret. When she was a teenager, she and some friends had done a Ouija board session in a house in Willowbrook. She couldn't remember the exact address, but from her description of the street and the layout, we both realized it had to be our old house. According to her, the session had gotten really intense. One friend had started speaking in a deep voice, saying terrible things. They'd gotten scared and stopped abruptly without closing the portal or whatever you're supposed to do. I asked her why she'd bought that specific house if she'd had such a terrifying experience there. She swore she hadn't made the connection until we were already living there for a few years. By then, it was too late. Sometimes I wonder about the family living there now. If they've met the man in the corner, if they hear the breathing in their ears, if they've figured out that Fireman Sam keeps him calm, at least for a while. I still repeat, there's no such thing as monsters before I fall asleep. I know better now, but old habits die hard. Story 21. I still can't shake what happened at my grandmother's cabin last summer. I've barely told anyone about it because who would believe me? But I need to get this out. My parents sent me to stay with my grandmother for 2 weeks in July. I was 10, and they thought sometime in the woods would be good for me. Less screen time, more nature. Grandma lives in this old cabin on the outskirts of Pine Hollow, completely off-grid. No internet, no cell service, not even running water. Just a well pump and an outhouse about 100 yards into the woods. The first few days were actually pretty fun. Grandma taught me how to identify different plants, and we baked bread in her wood stove. During the day, the woods seemed magical and full of life. But at night, everything changed. Grandma had this one rule she was super strict about. Never go outside alone after dark. If I needed the bathroom at night, I had to wake her up. She'd walk me to the outhouse with her old kerosene lantern, wait outside, and walk me back. I thought it was because she was worried I'd get lost, which seemed silly because the path was pretty obvious even in the dark. On my 5th night there, I woke up around 1 in the morning, absolutely bursting to pee. I'd had 3 cups of Grandma's special berry tea before bed, and now my bladder felt like it was going to explode. I looked over at Grandma, sleeping in her bed across the one-room cabin. She'd been so tired that evening. I'd heard her coughing all day and she'd gone to bed earlier than usual. I didn't want to wake her. I was 10, not a baby, and the path to the outhouse was straight and clear. There was a full moon and I had my trusty flashlight, so I made what was probably the worst decision of my life. I decided to go alone. I slipped out of bed, grabbed my flashlight, and eased the cabin door open, wincing at the slight creak. The night air hit my face, cool and damp. Moths fluttered around the porch light we always left on. I stepped onto the porch and looked toward the trees where the path began. During the day, the forest was just trees and undergrowth, but at night, it was like a wall of pure darkness, swallowing my little flashlight beam. I almost turned back right then, but my bladder gave another urgent throb. I took a deep breath and started walking. The path was about as long as a football field, winding slightly through the dense pines. My flashlight cut a narrow tunnel through the darkness, illuminating just enough of the dirt path to follow it. Every few steps, I'd hear something rustle in the underbrush or a twig snap somewhere in the darkness, and I'd swing my light in that direction, heart pounding until I convinced myself it was just a raccoon or squirrel. I was maybe halfway to the outhouse when I heard it, a distinctive snap of a branch that sounded different from the small animal noises, heavier, deliberate. I froze mid-step, my breath catching in my throat. It came from somewhere to my left, just beyond where my flashlight beam ended. I stood there for what felt like forever, straining to hear any follow-up sound, but there was nothing except the distant hooting of an owl and the constant chorus of crickets. "It's nothing," I whispered to myself, needing to hear a human voice, even if it was just my own. Just a deer or something. I forced myself to keep walking, but slower now, my flashlight beam darting around nervously. Then I heard another snap, closer this time, definitely to my left. I stopped again, heart hammering so loud I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. This time I had to look. I turned my flashlight toward the sound. The beam caught something pale among the trees, about 20 feet off the path. At first I thought it was just the white bark of a birch tree. Then it moved. It was a person. No, not a person. It looked like a person, but something was horribly wrong. It stood unnaturally tall and thin, its proportions all wrong. But it was the face that made my blood freeze. Its head was tilted to the side at an impossible angle, like its neck was broken, and it was smiling at me. A terrible wide smile that stretched literally from ear to ear, showing too many teeth. The eyes were sunken black holes in a bone-white face. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe, I couldn't even blink as I stared at this thing. Then it lifted one impossibly long arm and began to beckon to me with spindly fingers, like you'd call a pet. The head tilted even further to the side as the grin somehow stretched even wider. Its shoulders hunched forward, making its posture even more twisted and wrong. That beckoning motion broke my paralysis. I turned and ran. I ran faster than I'd ever run in my life, not caring about the path anymore, just desperate to get back to the cabin. My flashlight beam bounced wildly, barely showing me where I was going. Branches whipped at my face and arms. My lungs burned, then my foot caught on a root, and I went down hard. The flashlight flew from my hand, rolling several feet away, its beam pointing uselessly into the trees. I scrambled to my hands and knees, ready to leap up and keep running, when I heard it. Footsteps, quick, uneven footsteps coming up the path behind me. I abandoned the flashlight and ran blindly toward where I thought the cabin should be. Tears streamed down my face as I ran, certain at any moment I'd feel those long fingers grabbing the back of my nightgown. By some miracle, I burst through the tree line and saw the cabin porch light. I sprinted the last 50 feet, threw myself against the door, and practically fell inside. "Grandma!" I screamed, slamming the door behind me and backing away from it. "Grandma, wake up!" She was already sitting up in bed, reaching for her glasses. "Lily, what in the world?" "There's something outside," I sobbed, pointing frantically at the door. "In the woods. It was smiling at me and its neck was all wrong and it tried to make me come to it." I expected her to tell me it was just my imagination or a trick of the shadows. Instead, her face went very still and very serious. She got up and came to me, putting her hands on my shoulders. "Did it touch you?" she asked, her voice calm but urgent. I shook my head, still crying. "No one ran." "Good girl," she said, and the relief in her voice was palpable. She went to the window and looked out toward the woods. I cowered behind her, terrified of what might be looking back. "I can see your flashlight," she said quietly. "It's still on." I looked where she was pointing. About 50 yards away, the beam of my flashlight was visible, illuminating a small circle of forest floor, and standing at the edge of that circle of light was the figure, still beckoning, still grinning that impossible grin. I whimpered and hid my face against Grandma's nightgown, but she didn't seem afraid. She seemed angry. "Stay here," she said firmly, and before I could stop her, she was putting on her boots. "Grandma, no!" I grabbed at her arm. "Don't go out there." "It's all right, Lily," she said, her voice taking on a hardness I'd never heard before. "This has gone on long enough." She took her shotgun from beside the door, I'd never even noticed it there before, and checked that it was loaded. Then she stepped onto the porch, with me peeking terrified from the doorway. Grandma stood tall on the porch steps, shotgun held loosely but ready at her side. She didn't point it, just held it where it could be seen. "I told you to leave," she called out, her voice strong and clear in the night air. "You're not welcome here. Scaring my granddaughter is my last straw. Leave before I make you leave." Even from where I stood, I could see the figure go still, the beckoning motion stopping. For a long, tense moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, it backed away from the flashlight beam and seemed to fade into the darkness between the trees. Grandma stood there for several more minutes, watching, before she finally came back inside and locked the door. She put the shotgun back in its place and then sat me down at the kitchen table. She made us both cups of hot chocolate, something she'd normally never allow in the middle of the night, and sat across from me. "I'm sorry you had to see that," she said finally. "I should have told you why it's dangerous to go out alone at night. I just didn't want to frighten you." "What was it?" I whispered, my hands still shaking around my mug. Grandma sighed and looked older than I'd ever seen her. "His name was Edgar Matheson. He owned this land before me, built this cabin with his own hands back in the 1960s. He was a troubled man, very troubled." She took a sip of her chocolate before continuing. "One winter, it got to be too much for him. They found him hanging from one of the big oaks near where the outhouse is now. I felt sick. That thing was him." "What's left of him?" Grandma nodded. "He chose to leave this world, but for some reason he couldn't move on. So he's stuck here, twisted by his own choice, angry that others get to live when he didn't." "Why does he beckon like that?" I asked, the memory of those long fingers curling inward making me shudder. "He wants company," she said simply. "Misery loves company, as they say. He's been trying to lure someone to join him for years. First it was just hikers passing through, but when I moved in, he started getting bolder." "Has he ever gotten anyone?" I could barely form the question. Grandma's eyes met mine, and for a moment, she seemed to be deciding how much to tell me. "There was a hiker 5 years ago who went missing in these woods. They never found him." She reached across and squeezed my hand. "That's why I'm so strict about not going out alone at night. During the day, he's powerless. Sunlight weakens him, but at night, that's his time." "Will he come back?" I asked, looking fearfully at the dark windows. "Not tonight," she said with certainty, "and hopefully not for a while. He knows I mean business." She patted the table where the shotgun had rested earlier. "Rock salt rounds won't kill what's already dead, but it sure makes them uncomfortable." I couldn't sleep the rest of that night. Grandma let me curl up in her bed with her, and she kept the kerosene lamp burning low all night. The next morning, she went and retrieved my flashlight while I watched nervously from the porch. For the rest of my stay, I never went outside alone after dusk, not even for a second. I'd wake Grandma up if I needed to use the outhouse, and she'd come with me, shotgun in hand. I never saw the crooked man again that summer, but sometimes I'd wake up in the night and hear something moving around outside the cabin, circling, scratching occasionally at the walls. Grandma died last winter. The cabin passed to my dad, but he has no interest in keeping it. We're selling it this spring. I haven't been back since that summer 7 years ago, and I don't think I could make myself go back now, especially not alone. Sometimes I wonder if the crooked man is still there, waiting in the woods, beckoning with those long fingers to whoever buys the property next. And sometimes in my dreams, I see that impossible smile and wake up with the certainty that one day he'll come looking for me to finish what started that night on the path to the outhouse. Story 22. I've been carrying this memory for nearly 15 years now, and I'm still not sure what to make of it. I've tried to convince myself it was just a dream or my imagination running wild, but it feels too real, too vivid, like it's burned into my brain. I've never told this to anyone outside my family because, well, who'd believe a story about a black hand coming out of darkness? This happened when I was about 4 years old, around 2010. We were poor back then, really poor. My dad had lost his job and we were struggling to make ends meet. We lived in this small 2-bedroom house that always smelled like the previous tenant's cigarettes, no matter how much my mom cleaned. My newborn sister, my mom and I, all slept on a mattress on the floor of the main bedroom. We couldn't afford proper beds. My dad usually slept on the couch in the living room because he said the baby kept him up at night with her crying. But I think he was just giving us more space. Our house had this weird layout. There was a hallway that connected the bedroom where we slept to the living room, and halfway down was this small room my mom used for sewing. She'd picked up this old sewing machine from a yard sale and was trying to make extra money by altering clothes for people in the neighborhood. The sewing room didn't have a proper door, just this open doorway. That night, I remember it was cold because Mom had put an extra blanket on us. I woke up suddenly. Not like when you gradually drift awake, but like someone had snapped their fingers right next to my ear. 1 second I was asleep, the next I was wide awake, my heart pounding. I don't know what time it was exactly, but it was late, the kind of late where the world feels completely still. Our room had this orange nightlight plugged into the wall because I was scared of the dark. It cast this dim, eerie glow across the room, making everything look kind of weird and distorted. My mom and sister were still asleep beside me, my sister making those little baby breathing sounds. Then I heard it, a faint sound coming from somewhere in the house. It wasn't loud, more like a soft tap, tap, tap or footsteps on carpet. At first, I thought it was my dad getting up to use the bathroom or get water, but something about it didn't sound right. The rhythm was off, not like how a person walks. I was scared but also curious in that way kids are. I slowly wiggled out from under the blanket, careful not to wake my mom or sister. The floor was cold against my hands and knees as I crawled toward the bedroom door, which was cracked open just a bit. I pushed it open wider, wincing at the slight creak it made, and peeked into the hallway. The hall was dim, only lit by the faint glow from the orange nightlight in our bedroom and the bluish light from the digital clock on our microwave that spilled in from the kitchen connected to the living room. The sound seemed to be coming from the living room, so I crawled down the hall toward it. I remember feeling the rough carpet against my palms and the weird patterns of light and shadow along the walls. When I got to the end of the hall, I could see into the living room, and I could make out my dad's shape on the couch. He was just a dark lump under a blanket, not moving. But the sound was still happening. And now it wasn't coming from the living room. It was coming from the sewing room. I froze. If my dad was on the couch, then who was in the sewing room? I turned around slowly and crawled back up the hallway, stopping at the doorway to the sewing room. The sound had stopped. The sewing room was different from the rest of the house. While the hallway and living room had at least some dim light, the sewing room was completely dark. Not the kind of darkness your eyes adjust to after a while, but a dense, heavy darkness that seemed to fill the entire doorway. It was like looking at a wall of pure black. Not the blackness of a room at night, but something deeper, as if the space inside no longer existed. It didn't make sense because there should have been a window in there, and some light from outside should have been coming in, even if it was just from the street lights. I sat there in the hallway, staring into this impossible darkness for what felt like forever, but was probably just a few minutes. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat, but I couldn't look away. There was something fascinating about that perfect blackness, something that kept me frozen in place. Then it happened. A hand emerged from the darkness. Not like someone reaching around a corner or through a doorway. This hand literally came out of the black void itself, as if the darkness was a solid thing that could be pushed through. The hand was the same pitch black as the room, not like a shadow or someone wearing a glove, but like it was made of the same stuff as the darkness. I could only see it because it was moving against the slightly less dark background of the hallway. The arm extended from the void, but disappeared back into it at what should have been the elbow. The hand didn't try to grab me or reach for me. It just held itself out, palm up, like it was offering something or inviting me to take it. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. Every instinct was screaming at me to run back to my mom, but my body wouldn't respond. I just sat there staring at this impossible hand extending from a wall of darkness. The hand didn't move toward me. It just stayed there, waiting. And somehow that was more terrifying than if it had lunged for me. There was a purpose to it, a patience that made my skin crawl. I had the overwhelming feeling that if I reached out and took that hand, I would be pulled into that darkness and never come out again. I don't know how long we stayed like that, me frozen in the hallway, and this black hand extended from the void. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time felt warped, stretched out like taffy. Then, without warning, the hand retreated. It didn't pull back quickly like someone who'd been caught doing something wrong. It withdrew slowly, deliberately, as if whoever or whatever it belonged to had simply decided to wait for another time. The moment the hand disappeared, I heard movement behind me. My dad had gotten up from the couch and was walking toward the bathroom. He stopped when he saw me sitting in the hallway. "Ollie, what are you doing up, buddy?" he asked, his voice thick with sleep. I couldn't answer. My throat felt like it was filled with cement. He must have sensed something was wrong because he scooped me up without waiting for a response. I remember how safe I felt in that moment, wrapped in his arms, his familiar smell of soap and the mint gum he always chewed. "Had a bad dream?" he asked, carrying me back to the bedroom. I nodded against his shoulder, even though I knew I hadn't been dreaming. I was wide awake the whole time. He carried me back to the bedroom and tucked me in next to my mom. Before he left, he closed the bedroom door all the way, something we never usually did because of the baby. I was grateful for that solid wooden barrier between us and the hallway. "Get some sleep, buddy. Everything's okay," he said, ruffling my hair. But everything wasn't okay. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, too scared to close my eyes. Every time I blinked, I saw that black hand reaching out from the darkness. I never told my dad what I saw. I tried to tell my mom once, a few days later, but she just said I had an overactive imagination and that I'd probably been sleepwalking. She reminded me that I'd been having nightmares a lot back then. But I know I wasn't dreaming or sleepwalking. I was fully awake and aware of everything around me. A few months after this happened, my dad passed away suddenly from a heart attack. He was only 35. After he died, we moved out of that house because my mom couldn't afford the rent on her own. We moved in with my grandparents, and I never had to face that sewing room or its darkness again. As I've grown older, I've tried to rationalize what I saw. Maybe it was just a shadow or a coat hanging on the door. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me in the dark. Maybe it really was just a vivid dream that I've confused with reality over the years. But deep down, I know what I saw. That hand was real, and it was waiting for me. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder what would have happened if my dad hadn't gotten up when he did. Would I have eventually reached out and taken that hand? Would I have been pulled into that impossible darkness, never to return? The strangest part is that after all these years, I still remember the feeling I had when I saw that hand. It wasn't just fear. There was something else, something like recognition. Like on some level I knew what that hand was and what it wanted. And sometimes when I'm alone in the dark, I swear I can hear that faint tap, tap, tap again, like something still trying to get my attention. I'm a grown man now, with a job and an apartment and all the trappings of a normal life. But I still sleep with a light on, and I will never, ever have a sewing room in my house. I don't know what would have happened if I'd taken that hand, and I hope I never find out.